Chris, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us here tonight. I would like to now call our special council meeting of Wednesday, December 3rd to order. So I understand I have folks here in the room. Thank you very much. And there's also folks in the other fire hall room. Is there still seating capacity in the other room?
There's not seating capacity anymore, but there is still standing capacity. It might be a lot easier for people to stand in the fire hall overflow room versus standing in the hallway. They might be able to see and hear a little better. So
Okay, I would also maybe suggest if folks like they could maybe come against this wall here. Might be just have something to lean against. Just sometimes it's helpful to have something to. Yeah, Counselor Bateman, you could pass the chair over. We do have one counselor that will be joining us virtually at some point. No? Okay. And to staff, can I confirm, please, that the technology is working in the other room? That folks there can hear? Is that, I can't see. I'm sorry to those that are in the other room. I can't see or hear you. So I just want to make sure that you can hear and see tonight's meeting. Okay, yeah, no, I understand. We also have folks viewing online, so thank you very much for joining us in that way. We'll get started shortly. I just want to make sure that everyone is as comfortable as he can be in this meeting. Everything's working back there? Okay. Just bear with us as we get just the IT confirmed. And just a few housekeeping tips. Obviously, you came up the entryway, so that's also an exit. There's also another exit here in the event of an emergency. Of course, our fire crew will direct us accordingly. Washrooms, if you need them, are just down the hallway. And also just ask that you all please silence devices so that there's not any disturbance from any mobile devices. That includes council members, please. And I've checked mine, usually the worst offender. There's also a bit of a video lag in the second room, so we'll just make sure that everything is working as best as it can for tonight. We really appreciate everyone attending tonight. Thank you very much for taking the time and also for any written correspondence that has been provided as well for those who were unable to make it. Thank you for taking the time to provide all of that feedback. Okay, it looks like we're good to go. So thank you, everyone. I do wish to begin tonight's meeting by recognizing that the District of Sooke is located on the territories of both the Sooke and Sianu nations. Council, I'll direct your attention to tonight's agenda with item 3.1, which is approval, and that would be that the agenda for December 3rd, 2025 special meeting of council be adopted as presented, please. It's moved by Councillor Beddoes and seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Staff, if you could please just alert us or alert me when Councillor McMath joins us virtually tonight so that I can recognize that she's here in the room. The way tonight's meeting will work is a special meeting has been scheduled specifically for tonight's official community plan public hearing. However, I will turn it over to our staff who are just going to take us through a brief presentation. And following that presentation, we will move into the public hearing. Council, if you have any questions of staff, I ask that you reserve those for the next stage in this process. Thank you. Over to staff, please.
Thank you. Good evening, council and members of the public. My name is Jaden Riley and manager of community planning for the district of Sooke. Tonight, I'll be providing a brief overview of the draft official community plan bylaw number 800 to outline the process to date and a summary of the major updates. Following this presentation, council will open the public hearing for public input. Before I move into the details of the draft plan, I want to start with a brief presentation or explanation of what an OCP actually is, because this sets the foundation for understanding the policy framework that council is considering tonight. The OCP is a long-range policy document adopted under the Local Government Act. It sets the overall direction for how the community will grow and evolve over time. The OCP provides guidance on key areas such as growth management, land use, transportation, housing, environmental protection, infrastructure planning, and parks. It's helpful to think of it as a policy umbrella that future actions and bylaws must align with. It's important to note that the OCP must also meet provincial legislation, including Bill 44, which requires updated housing needs data and policies to support small-scale multi-unit housing across the province. And finally, the OCP forms a strategic foundation for future zoning updates, servicing plans, and capital investments. Those regulatory and financial tools come later, but they must be consistent with the direction established in the OCP. Sorry. And just as important as understanding what an OCP is, it's equally important to be clear about what an OCP is not. An OCP is not a zoning bylaw. It does not change zoning on its own, and it does not remove any existing legal uses that are already permitted today. Those regulatory decisions only occur through separate rezoning processes, which include separate public notifications and council decision-making. An OCP also does not acquire private lands or place any kind of development freeze on private lands. Those actions would require completely separate legal processes, separate bylaws, and in some cases, compensation. Simply adopting an OCP does not trigger any of those things. And lastly, an OCP does not commit council to any specific capital or infrastructure projects. Instead, it provides long-term policy direction. Actual decisions regarding roads, parks, infrastructure are made later through financial planning, capital budgeting, and project-specific processes. The OCP is a strategic framework, not a regulatory bylaw, not a property acquisition tool, and not a capital plan. And to consider how we got here, this slide summarizes the OCP development process between June 2020 and fall 2023, which formed the foundation for the work completed this year. Starting in June 2020, it began with foundational research and a community visioning process led by the OCP Advisory Committee, which met more than 20 times in public meetings. During this period, the district gathered extensive public feedback with over 2,000 touch points through surveys, stakeholder meetings, workshops, pop-ups, and an open house. This work helped establish the OCP's core vision, goals, and policy structure, which have remained consistent. The draft plan went to council to receive first reading in April 2022, and then second reading and a public hearing in September of that year, shortly before the municipal election. Following the election in spring 2023, further direction and public input was sought through committee of the whole and regular council meetings. The process was then paused in the fall of 2023 as a result of new provincial housing requirements under Bill 44, which was anticipated to affect the OCP and its contents. This set the stage for two phases of focused refinement and what's being referred to as phase 1 and phase 2. Just see in the next slide. Council formally restarted the OCP update in January 2025, directing staff to complete the work needed to align with the Bill 44 requirements and the public feedback received through 2022 and 2023. From there, the work proceeded in two focused phases. Phase 1 from July to September involved creating a working draft to address Bill 44 and document clarity, structure, and consistency based on public feedback. Both versions, the red line and clean, were available online and presented to stakeholders as part of the council endorsed engagement plan. Phase 2 in October incorporated what we learned through the engagement period and further refined the draft to address technical, public, legal, and development community feedback. On October 27th, council rescinded the 2022 second reading, reviewed the updated draft through two committee of the whole meetings, and then gave second reading as amended on November 10th, which brings us to today's public hearing, which is the formal opportunity for public input on the current version of the bylaw. Across all rounds of engagement from Picture Sooke in 2020 to 2022, to the Committee of the Whole meetings in 2023, and the final frame engagement this past fall, the themes have been very consistent. Residents want growth to be managed carefully and in a way that strengthens the town center. There's clear interest in seeing more services, amenities, and housing options in the town center rather than continued outward expansion. We also heard ongoing questions about development permit areas, particularly around clarity, consistency, and related exemptions. Feedback also focused on housing and servicing capacity, including concerns about the pace of development, housing affordability, and infrastructure keeping pace with growth. Climate action, parks, and the protection of natural areas and the waterfront remain strong community priorities through every phase of consultation. And finally, many respondents commented on the document itself, asking for greater clarity, reduced duplication, and easier navigation in general. All of these items directly inform the refinements reflected in the draft OCP presented today. The updated draft focuses on improving clarity, alignment, and consistency throughout the document. Most of the changes refine the existing guidelines and policies rather than introduce new ones. This includes reducing overly prescriptive language, improving interpretation, as well as updating references, mapping, and data to reflect current information and council direction. The plan has also been aligned with the province's Bill 44 requirements, particularly around small-scale multi-unit housing and updated 5 and 20-year housing needs. These elements are now fully integrated into the policy framework. We also completed a comprehensive review of the development permit areas. The intent was to improve clarity, reduce duplication, and expand exemptions where appropriate, to ensure the framework is both legally sound and practical for applicants. Finally, mapping was updated using current GIS data, removing outdated information, improving accuracy in the growth area, land use designations, and GPAs. Overall, the plan does not introduce major new policy directions. It strengthens, streamlines, and clarifies the framework that Council previously endorsed at second reading in 2022. Regarding growth management, the draft OCP maintains a compact growth model, but updates it to reflect Sooke's current needs, servicing realities, and provincial housing requirements. The town center land use designation has been expanded to better support mixed-use development, housing diversity, and reinvestment in the core. A new transitional residential designation has also been introduced to provide a gradual shift in density between the town center and the surrounding community residential areas. Moderate infill continues to be directed to fully serviced residential areas, consistent with our infrastructure capacity and the intent of Bill 44. Small-scale multi-unit housing is now integrated into these areas as required by the provincial legislation. Growth remains limited in rural and environmentally sensitive areas, reflecting both community feedback and the CRD's regional growth strategy. The OCP also establishes 2 neighborhood planning areas in Whiffenspit and Billingspit-Kaltassin area, where further detailed planning will be needed to address unique servicing, environmental, and land use considerations. Overall, the growth management approach aligns with the district's transportation master plan, Parks and Trails master plan, climate action plan, housing needs report, and the regional growth strategy. Bill 44 introduced new provincial requirements for all municipalities in BC, and the OCP must reflect these obligations. First, the OCP must plan for Sooke's 5 and 20-year housing needs. Based on the district's housing needs report that was updated in 2024, the provincial methodology, this translates to approximately 4,737 units over the next 20 years. Second, the OCP must support small-scale multi-unit housing, including allowing for up to 4 units in serviced residential areas and ensuring that local policies do not create barriers to those forms of housing. The legislation also requires the OCP to include policies for the full provincial housing spectrum, from rental housing to supportive and seniors housing. Many of these components were already presented in the earlier draft OCP. However, updates were made this year to ensure the plan is now in full alignment with Bill 44, both in terms of housing policy and growth management. Development permit areas were one of the most common themes raised throughout the public feedback. So I want to briefly explain why the framework was updated and what has changed. Under the current OCP bylaw number 400, the district only has 3 broad development permit areas. These areas are responsible for addressing a wide range of objectives, from environmental protection to form and character, which has created ambiguity and triggers limited guidance for applicants, staff, and council, and inconsistent interpretation over time. The updated OCP modernizes this framework. It introduces 9 clearly defined DPAs, each with clear intent statements and structured exemptions. This brings the district in line with best practices and provides a more predictable and legally defensible review process. We also added consistent general exemptions across all DPAs, and in alignment with provincial guidelines, residential buildings up to 4 units are exempt from form and character DPAs. In the foreshore DPA specifically, everyday yard maintenance activities are clearly exempt, ensuring that routine property care does not trigger a permit. Where multiple DPAs overlap, applicants continue to submit a single development permit application, and staff ensure all applicable guidelines are addressed within that one process. Overall, the goal here is to update is clarity, consistency, and a more transparent permitting experience for both the public and the development community. In terms of next steps, following this presentation, council will hear from the public. Once the public hearing is closed, council cannot receive new information unless the hearing is formally reopened. Staff will return to council at the next meeting to summarize and address written and verbal public input received during the public hearing process. At that time, council may choose to give third reading and adopt the bylaw, request amendments for staff to prepare, or defer consideration to a later meeting. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you to everyone who has participated throughout the process and to those speaking tonight. I'll turn it back to the chair now to open the public hearing for public input.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Riley. I'll just ask our staff if there's any other standing room available in the overflow area, because I can see that some folks are maybe standing close to the staircase, and that may not be a desirable place to be.
And there is actually more standing area in the overflow room.
Okay,
So-
so any folks joining us at the moment, if it may be more comfortable if you want to move into the overflow area, and as room in this room opens up, we'll be inviting folks to transition back into the main room. It just might be more comfortable that way. Okay, thank you, everyone. So I will now call tonight's public hearing to order. This public hearing is being held pursuant to the Local Government Act. The purpose of this hearing is to provide an opportunity for any person who believes their interest in property may be affected by the proposed bylaw to speak or to submit written comments regarding matters contained in the bylaw. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the content of the bylaw under consideration. Should you wish to speak, please clearly begin by stating your name and municipality of residence. Written submissions must be received before the close of this public hearing in order to be considered by council. And I'll share that a supplemental attachment will form for any written submissions that are flowing in. Council's role this evening is to listen to the views of the public. Council will not debate the bylaw during this hearing, and any questions from council to staff will be held until the bylaw returns for council's consideration following the close of the public hearing. Everyone who wishes to be heard will be provided a fair opportunity to speak. Please note that this public hearing forms part of tonight's special council meeting and is being video recorded. The video, including any personal information disclosed during the hearing, will be posted on the district's website. Okay, so we're now proceeding into public input. For those of you who wish to speak tonight, our corporate officer has prepared a sign-in sheet. We will call speakers in the order of which your names appear on that list. And to help you know when your turn is approaching, we will announce 3 names at a time. Each speaker will have up to about 3 minutes to present their comments, and this will ensure that everyone has a fair opportunity to be heard. Once everyone on the sign-in sheet or anyone who wishes to speak a first time has had that opportunity, I will then call for additional speakers who have not yet addressed council. And then we'll move to second time, third time, and fourth time. Let's see here. Okay, I think that's about it. We do ask that, and I do ask that this room remain as neutral as possible. If you could please refrain from clapping or heckling. The intent tonight is to provide everyone with a fair and safe opportunity to speak. So I ask that you please respect that. Okay, and also for anyone speaking, please make sure that the microphone is turned on. You'll see that it'll turn red. And also there will be a timer that will start when you begin speaking, so you'll have a sense of where you're at with your time. So I'll turn now to our Deputy Corporate Officer. If you could please introduce the first three speakers. And my apologies if we state anyone's name incorrectly.
So the first three speakers on the list are Roger J., Debbie Clarkston, and William Wallace.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Roger J. Obviously reside in Sooke. My family's owned and lived at 1967 Caldwell Road for over a century. And I'm just following up on the email that I sent to all of you, and just want to touch on a few things and aspects of the current and revised official community plan. It's our position in the area adjacent to us and west of the town center, bounded by Caldwell Road to the west, Eustis to the north, and West Coast Road to the south, that's shown in the plan that I sent in the email, that area should be designated as a special study area in the OCP, based on a few things. One, this area next to the town center, it's already experienced a significant amount of single family and multifamily residential development. And this development continues today with townhouse development on Caldwell Road, and then the proposed commercial development in the town center. And unless this is appropriately planned, will result in land use conflicts in this area. As noted in the map, there are a few parcels of land in the area, and one being ours, that is still in the ALR. And the OCP has it as agricultural. Even though the growth in the community and in and around the area, it would make it entirely inappropriate to engage in intensive use in the land, such as dairy operation or mushroom composting. Designating this a special study area would provide time for all involved, including the surrounding area residents, to consider and make recommendations on how to address ongoing safety, infrastructure, buffering, and growth-related issues within the area. We all recognize the OCP is a long-range guide and intends to shape the future decision-making, which designates this area as a special study area would enable. The OCP has already done likewise designation lands further west of this property, which in the map it shows as technical industrial for future. We recognize the ultimate authority of all this is the Agricultural Land Commission to make decisions relating to the lands within the ALR. Such suggestions, a special study area designation, as well as similar designations that may be considered to the OCP, be subject to conditions enshrined in the OCP, clearly specifying, notwithstanding this designation, change or use of the properties identifies as ALR would be subject to the Agricultural Land Commission. The current draft of the OCP already contains wording under section 4644 to create a district policy for ALR exclusion. Preparation of this policy can be done in conjunction with work on the special study area. Making any changes to the current draft of the OCP allows for future planning and flexibility. If you had any questions, I would be. No questions?
Great, we're good. We're here to listen to everyone, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Can you please call out the next speaker?
Debbie? Yes.
Hi, I'm Debbie Clarkston. I live in Sooke, and thank you once again for the opportunity to speak. I continue to sing from the same song sheet. I've been up here several times to talk about one of your development permit areas in the draft OCP. I'll just say again that I am not in favor of adoption of the OCP without more consultation. My husband and I have owned a piece of waterfront property for the last 20 years. We consider ourselves very good stewards of the land, that we don't require any further guidance or regulation or control or policing of our land. And I can speak for the two of us, but I think I'm not alone in thinking that we are affected by this development permit area and what we can do. I feel that our property rights have been eroded and there has not been enough meaningful consultation with people who are directly affected. And I believe we are. And based on a best practice with no science, no study, no reporting, we now have a 15-meter or 49-foot buffer from the high tide mark to our front window that effectively is not under our control anymore. And even though we're not in a position to be selling or even thinking of selling, I just wonder how that will affect property value or marketability down the road for others, because there are a few of us that do live on the waterfront and plan to enjoy it and pass it on if we're able in perpetuity. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
William Wallace? Ah,
William Wallace from downtown Sooke. A small town with a big heart is our vision statement for Sooke. It can be found in both the old 2010 OCP and in the current draft OCP. This is a challenging goal for a small town, given Sooke's fast-growing population. The servicing and long-term maintenance of ever more rural sprawl areas is expensive. We've seen that. And critical infrastructure is often beyond the financial capabilities of this small town. Fast growth puts a strain on our volunteers and nonprofit groups. Big hearts trying to fulfill ever-increasing needs. Sooke's location is challenging for business development also. And this makes our community aspirational goals difficult to fund without other sources and still keep residential property taxes low. Citizens been asked again and again to participate in this OCP. It's been going on for a long time. We have a dedicated staff that costs a lot of money to produce this. What are we looking at? 10 people, $1,000 an hour here over 8 years. A lot of money's gone into this OCP and a lot of consideration. Staff have a difficult job of balancing citizens' concerns and the complicated world of rules and larger regional, provincial, and federal aspirations with critical dollars attached. We need their money. We hire staff to understand this and to implement best practices and follow an OCP and its policies that most of us would rather not deal with on a daily basis. It's too complicated. I believe that the prosperity for Sooke is in the recognition that it is a prime gateway to the natural beauty of the West Coast and with a climate that is desirable. I believe that staff and the citizens have drafted an OCP that is the best path to this prosperity and keeps our environmental integrity and small town objectives. The OCP can give Sooke an opportunity to have a more vibrant downtown a downtown village with less urban sprawl and the cost benefits of a compact, small town community. We've all had an opportunity to have a kick at the cat. I meant a kick at the can, sorry. I'm sorry for the cat lovers here. Anyway, I support the adoption of the draft OCP.
Thank you. If we could list the next three speakers, please.
Up next, we have Brian Butler, Janelle Kent, and Catherine Parsons.
Okay, there's 2 seats open in the front row.
Brian Butler, 7370 Ella Road. I'm appearing here as I have many times in opposition to the proposed community plan, even in its altered state. As I've said before, this is not just a normal visionary document for Sooke, but involves a restrictive and prohibited statements as well. It strenuously attacks the principles of private property upon which all true democracies are founded. The DPAs are the most offensive part of it from my perspective, and I find that they're offensive in many different ways. Given my personal history in attempting to work with Sooke in the district in the last 4 years, I anticipate with the passing of this document that working with Sooke will become all but impossible, and optional investment in Sooke will dwindle. It's not an easy document that you're proposing to work with. If the councillors, if you really think that passing this OCP in its current form will end the disharmony that has been created, you're fooling yourself. This will not be the end of the issue. If this document is passed in its current form, political and legal upheaval will follow. Now, hear me well. I'm not talking personally, but experienced as I am in business and life, I'm certain the council will face some lawsuits in the future. That'll be costly to the district, and some of you may even find yourself in the witness box. Sooke metaphorically will be torn apart by this document. It's not all bad, but there are things in there that need fixing. And passing this document as it is written will not bring you peace. It won't bring wholeness. It won't end this issue. It's going to go on. There's too much conflict in the existing document, and we'll all suffer. So I urge council to reconsider passing the document as it is, and at least make some necessary alterations to minimize the damage. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker, please.
Janelle Kent.
Good evening. My name is Janelle Kent. I live in downtown Sooke. I'm here tonight to do 2 things. First is to congratulate council on getting to this stage. It's been a long haul with lots of discussions on lots of different levels with lots of different people. It is rewarding to me that council has put such an emphasis on consultation, but it is also presents limits to what can happen in the future. When you go into a very large engagement process like the District of Sooke has done, what we set up is expectations that the people who contributed to the document, who saw the document passed, who actually saw the things that they approved of, mostly, and some things they disagreed with sometimes, that it's often difficult down the road to change people's minds that they've been heard. And I think that is an important part of the OCP. First, that people get a chance to say what they believe in. And second, that they get to see that document in the end as something they personally, their friends, their community, their neighbors can rely on. And I guess what I'm saying is I'm glad we're here. I'm glad we've reached this stage, but I also encourage council to look at this document as one that has been developed with a lot of anguish, a lot of good ideas, and a lot of creativity. And to change it down the road will be quite disappointing and introduce dissonance into the community where they cannot understand after we haven't agreed to one point to turn and change a different direction. And I think that is particularly important when I look around this room, we are mostly seniors and we are planning mostly for young people because it's they who will live in this community in 20, 30, and 50 years. And it's they that we need to be considering most importantly as people who will have to deal with the issues to come. I think by and large, everyone can agree that for Sooke, both economically and environmentally, the environment is very important. It will become more important down the road as we reach untold issues with rising sea level, violent storms, summer droughts, torrential rains. It's all coming at us and really has all come at us in the last 3 or 4 years. We know what the future holds. And I think it behooves us as a community and as individuals to put protections in place as the OCP has to safeguard our environment for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sorry, I'm Catherine Parsons. I've lived in Sooke since 2021 when my Canadian husband, I'm so grateful, brought us to Canada from the States. So happy to be here. For those of you who don't know me, I did come and talk to council in 2022. I practiced law, big firm, big document law for 20 years. So I bring some professional background in looking at this giant OCP. So if you let me make some structural comments, I think I could help get us over the finish line, even if we're holding our noses, because I understand there's a deadline by the province to get it done by December 31st. If you had my notes in front of you, it would be easier to follow it, but we must shorten the OCP. Did you know, well, let me ask, can you guess how long the city of Vancouver's OCP is? It's 168 pages. Ours is 287 pages. It's an unworkable tome, and that length alone means people can't use it as a guiding statement. I do have a suggestion. From 10,000 feet, it's still shocking. Consider deleting Part 7, which is the DPA. Now, I'm not saying deleting it and throw it in the trash can. Absolutely not. There's a tremendous amount of work and detail and content. And I just heard from Jaden, there's an existing DPA bylaw. Why would we have the OCP, which is a guiding statement, trying to modify an existing bylaw on another subject? Just take it out. That removes 69 pages from the official community plan, and then plan to do a DPA bylaw amendment where we can sort through all the problems that people have. It's not an appropriate, as it's detail, it's not appropriate for an OCP level document. My second suggestion will get you 19 pages. It's in part 6. There's a chart, which is faintly ridiculous. If you've looked at it, I don't know who's supposed to be the user of it. All of the action items, you remember in part 4, it has our subjects, it has our objectives, it has our policies, and then it has action items, and they're labeled action items, and they have numbers. And then in part 6, there's another chart that repeats those, gives them a separate number, 1 to 121. We have that many action items. And then on the right-hand column, it gives the timing. And if you expect any of the city administrators, Emma Taylor, I think, in Parks, to work from that, she can't, because then they're sorted again. First, they put all the ongoings, and then several pages later, she's got to go find her first current objective. And then a couple of pages later, she has to find her intermediate. That whole table is unnecessary if we do what, for instance, I saw in our master plan, which is on for master plan for parks and trails. Next year action item, just put the timing right there. And if you need to say who the leadership is, just put it on the right-hand side. That's where Sooke has shown the timing on action items in other plans. And by the way, we don't want to separate the big statements about what our goals are in these subjects of transportation and infrastructure, et cetera. We don't want to separate them from the implementation of the action item, because somebody could just say, oh, I'm supposed to do this. Well, no, you're supposed to consider how does it fit in the grand plan. All right, here's the next one that is hold your seats. I think the vision statement needs to be replaced. I really do. A vision statement is very hard for an entity, for a corporation, for a charity to draft, but we are not starting over here and there is still time. I happened to see in the newspaper, I think everyone understands what it is. The preamble sets it. What the OCP does is those 6 messages that the preamble wrote about. And then in the newspaper has what they are. Long-term vision intended to guide Sooke's future growth, policies for land use, housing, transportation, climate action, overall community well-being. That's it right there. Say that rather than this misleading kind of pretty statement about how we're beautifully located. There's also a bit of a danger in the current vision statement. When you interpret a legal document, you're intended to have excluded what you intended by not saying. I didn't say that very well, but when we have our current statement says, we're a small town with a big heart with a vibrant net zero emissions community. Well, we're not, for one, right now. And 2, that's not the only thing we're trying to do. That's a sub-goal in climate change, addressing climate change, which is part of our 6 overall goals. So I think maybe our consultant had put in that vision statement as a placeholder, expecting the community and the leaders to go through and actually really write what we mean. But that would help a lot. I also have some changes in the rest of the handout. For instance, Article 4 is titled Objectives right now. It's really the meat and potatoes of the whole plan. At least expand the title so it says objectives, policies, actions. So anybody trying to pick up the document of its length and find what's supposed to be done, they need to go to part 4. Once you cut the big chart out of part 6 with the timing, that leaves only alignment issues. We align with the budgets, we align with the plans, we align with district and CRD policies. So just change the title on that. Right now, if you look at the table of contents, section 6 is called Implementation, Delivering Sooke, and there's one subpart under it. So if I picked this up cold, I would go there and I wouldn't find anything related to what the work should be done. I hope this is helpful to you. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to our next speaker. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for the applause, but I'm going to ask that you please withhold it because it may deter someone with a different view from speaking. And we are here tonight to respectfully hear from everyone. Okay? I think that's reasonable and that's fair for everyone. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next 3 on the list are John Broman, Veronica Pemberton Billing, and Helen Ritz. John Broman, if you wish to speak. Oh.
Can you hear me? Is it on? John Broman, 2105 Furwood Place. Been a long time owner of the property. We've had the property for 65 years. It's been a rental property from day one, since my parents have bought it. We used to have 3 rental places on it at one time. That disappeared, one house burnt down, and it never got replaced again, but it was still there. Sewer system was put in years ago. My biggest problem with the property right now, what I see with this new plan, there's a few things. We're getting put into a floodplain on my property. I got a active POA out right now, and it's showing a floodplain. I have a real problem with that because I'm 150 feet above sea level at that property on Grant and Furwood. People talk about what could happen if I'm in a floodplain. There's going to be a lot of people in Sooke in a floodplain. My biggest problem has been with the sewer system. When the sewers come into Sooke, our property was the last property on Grant Road to be on sewers. Furwood was not anywhere west, was not on the sewers. We were the very last property. The property line is right down our deal, not across Furwood or anywhere. We got hooked up, put the sewer in. We put the extra sewer in for future houses. So I decided here now lately in the last 5-6 years ago, I've been trying to cut the property in 2, make a second property, and put another house on, have another rental, or maybe 2. Along come the Bill 44. I agree with that. It's I think it's a perfect thing. It's small infilling. Can't get through all the paperwork. It's just so frustrating with Sooke. Every time I get stuff passed, I get it signed off by Sooke. I got an engineer to cancel it. We get somebody else new and we cancel it. Delay, and cancel. I put the sewer in now 4 times, and I had it passed here 2 years ago, and now I decided to build the house. Oh no, you can't build a house. You haven't got the sewer. You got to fix the sewer. Got to take it up north, and it's impossible. My engineer had worked out the cost to subdivide one lot off and do the amenities was over $200,000. I can't afford that. I'm going to have to shut down. I guess I won't build another house. I don't know. I'm hoping that somebody will recognize, a lady that was here just mentioning it, do Bill 44, what you have to do, and the bylaws should be separate. And they've been getting passed. The bylaws are passed before the community plan. I've never seen that in my life. We're changing bylaws. I just got a new one here now in 2025. All the pipe sizes are increased. So I got to change all my plumbing again on the property. I can't afford to do it anymore. I got special needs. Both my houses in Sooke are rented to handicapped people. The new house I plan to build would be 1,100 square foot. It'd be a special needs house. It's for wheelchair access. It might be for me here pretty soon, but I just cannot believe how staff can change things around what's been going on. And in your new community plan, some of the stuff, it is unbelievable what the cost is going to be. It will shut down. I can't afford to be building, spend $200,000 prepping a lot. I've been 6 years. I haven't pounded a nail in the ground yet. That's it.
Okay, our next speaker is Veronica Pemberton Billing.
Hello, my name is Veronica Pemberton Billing. I live in Sooke. I oppose this OCP. This legislation, I believe, is a genuine threat to individual land title. That is all private land ownership in Sooke. And I'm specifically referring to the claim on the first page acknowledging that Sooke occupies the unceded traditional territories of First Nations. But there are elements throughout the OCP. It's woven in throughout in untitled areas about the land rights of the Indigenous peoples. This statement is provably false. The lands of Sooke are not unceded. Sooke, along with all of southern Vancouver Island, was ceded under the 14 Douglas treaties, were not the same as the rest of BC. This, I believe, OCP was prepared by Vancouver consultants, and perhaps they thought we were the same as Vancouver. We're not. These treaties have twice been upheld by the Supreme Court of Canada. So in other words, it's the law of the land. Why does all this matter? Because the recent BC court decision granting Aboriginal title to private property in some parts of Richmond has placed all private property ownership in BC at risk. Affected owners in Richmond are unable to renew their mortgages, and they cannot sell their property without First Nations approval, assuming that anyone would want to buy it when there's uncertainty about title. This decision has sparked much litigation throughout BC and Canada. There's class action suits against both the provincial government and the Canadian government for not protecting homeowners' rights. And some residents' associations are suing as well. To protect themselves, some municipalities have actually stopped land acknowledgements entirely because they fear the lawsuits. Happily, we in Sooke are protected because there is a legal treaty in place. This protection is at risk, however, if the draft OCP passes, as it seeks to nullify the existing treaty, that is, the existing law in Canada, by establishing in law and reinforcing through action the falsehood that Sooke is on unceded territory. The false premise of unceded land is a pillar of the proposed OCP, and numerous goals, objectives, and actions flow from it. Thus, it is insufficient merely to change this one word at the outset. The entire OCP needs to be declared invalid, because as I said, this declaration is unwoven throughout. It's not in the table of contents, it's not under headings, but you have to read the whole thing to find the multitude of places where actions are woven that flow from this. So if this document is passed into law, I fear that council will have knowingly and intentionally chosen to put at risk the land title of every homeowner in Sooke, exposing Sooke to endless conflict and litigation. And I'll say one more thing. I believe there is an enormous well of goodwill towards the First Nations people, in the people of Sooke and actually in all Canadians. But if we build something on a falsehood, and if we put at risk the homes of Sooke people, this is going to completely hamper any effort towards reconciliation. We cannot build this falsely or with a lack of transparency. So in closing, I would say to your worship and to each councillor, don't let this false, misleading, and divisive document be your legacy. Please vote this down. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Helen Ritz.
Yes, Helen Ritz, I live in BC, and I have something to say, but I need to address what the last speaker said. That is not true. The recent Supreme Court ruling in Richmond, where the Cowichan tribe were granted Aboriginal rights over part of their ancestral territory, including some privately owned land. That decision, which is apparently over 800 pages long, is under appeal, and its implications are being addressed by legal experts. But let's be clear, municipalities like Sooke and our OCP have no authority over land title, treaty negotiations, or Indigenous rights. These are the jurisdictions of provincial and federal governments and courts. Acknowledging Canada's commitment to UNDRIP in our OCP and committing to reconciliation at the municipal level does not affect private property ownership. The courts and senior governments will resolve the land title questions that have been raised by the Richmond case. It is not the place of our OCP. I'm here tonight to voice my support for adopting Sooke's new OCP as it is currently written. The most outspoken opponents are in the room tonight, but they should not be allowed to derail a community plan that has been in the works for more than 5 years, with robust community engagement and expert input and transparent revisions after every phase. Let's keep in mind tonight that the vast majority of Sooke residents aren't in this room, and they aren't upset. Many of them gave their time and thoughtful feedback throughout the years-long public engagement process. They are counting on you as our elected council to honor that work and adopt this plan. There has been a lot of misinformation circulating, so let's be clear. The 15-meter waterfront setback is already in our bylaws. The district is not expropriating private property to build a waterfront trail. And the DPAs and frankly, everything in this OCP are simply best practice on what responsible development should require. The OCP is at its heart a plan for the future of our community. We often ask ourselves what we wish leaders of Sooke had planned for 30 years ago. Better roads, safer neighborhoods, protected shorelines, more housing options. This is our moment to be those responsible citizens. The decisions we make now will shape what we offer future residents, just as past decisions shape our lives today. By adopting this plan, Council can assure that Sooke can grow with intention, care, and long-term vision. Thank you.
Thank you. To our deputy, the next three speakers, please.
We have Bryce Logan, Norman Armoro, and Brian McCaddy.
Thank you. My name is Bruce Logan, live at 6915 West Coast Road. We've lived there for 43 years. And I agree with what Brian Butler has said and Debbie Clarkson. I'm not about to give up any more of my privacy being on the waterfront. Previous council parked a hotel right next door to me. And I just want to say that I'm opposed to the OCP in the form that it's now written. Thank you.
Thank you. Norman Navarro.
Your worship, council, staff, thanks for the opportunity. As a person that's been involved with the OCP from the very beginning, I've had a lot of input from the public and I think it was well heard. As an individual, I do have one concern, and I think it's been raised in the public and will be raised here tonight. And that's in the DPA number 3, the foreshore issue. And I think the intent was, and I was aware from the former director of planning, what the intent was to try to protect those developments from the town core towards Whiff and Spit that were being upzoned and developed so that we had the precautions and necessary engineering to prepare those sites for the future. Unfortunately, I think parts of the DPA 3 as it's written is including a lot of the other home ownership. And I think that's the issue that causes the most concern. And it's in the clarification. In the guideline, it states in 742, any works that will impact that zone without a clarification of any works. Most homeowners are aware that limited use of their property and normal use of their property is not affected. However, I don't think it's clear in some other aspects, and that particularly I think should be looked at. Part of it comes with the definition and qualifications. It says expressly a qualified investment professional. Yet in our bylaw, when we talk about professionals, qualified professional, it also means engineer, geoscientist, architect, landscapes, and even qualified environmental protectionists. I think that word creates a bit of a problem because it's a specific group that has limited use with all the other professionals that are in there. I've myself have a property that is going to be affected by this, and I speak as that property owner. And I do feel that without the clarification, there will be continued to be contentious issues. For an example, it says if an existing property owner tries to protect a shoreline with any hardened structure, you'll need to geotechnical and a biophysical report to prove the erosion is not caused by upland conditions and that all possible, drainage solutions should be exhausted. That leads me to believe, am I therefore going to have to pay for and provide every other alternative necessary to prove that that didn't work? That's going to be an extreme cost. If I have to go say, well, I've tried this, it doesn't work. I've tried that, it doesn't work. And now I need this. I think that needs to be clarified. Development approvals are required to gather information as we've outlined for the development of the community and I don't think the specifics of the DPA 3 in this particular case is well enough to define to be brought forward at this time. I approve the OCP as a person that's been involved with it from the beginning. I think it has great broad-reaching ideas of what the community has asked for. This specific part of the DPA is the one that I have a bit of an issue that I think staff needs to clarify. My suggestion would be is if we have to work as a deadline to approve the OCP, those parts of the OCP that we may be able to temporarily set aside, like DPA 3, until it is reworded or had further input in it. So now we can address that particular issue rather than affect the whole document. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Brian McCaddy at 6609 Goodmere Road here in Sooke. I guess to begin with, I just wanted to thank staff, council, and the community, all the people that have been involved in this process over a 4-year period. It's a long initiative, and a great deal of time has been put into this. So thanks for all that effort. It's very impressive. I think this is a progressive document. The net zero emissions community, the acknowledgement of the Sooke and Sihanouk nations and their territories, the focus on development in a vibrant town center. It speaks to diverse employment, community economic development approach, which is progressive, and notes the importance of food sovereignty and a flourishing arts and cultural scene. So this is a very progressive document that I think should be approved in the short term. Concerns I have is the community growth area seems to allow for the additional clearing of forest for housing subdivisions, particularly outside of the downtown core on the edges of Sooke. And it's noted that the environmentally sensitive areas have not been identified to date. And the concern with loss of biodiversity from recent housing developments that are already underway and others that are approved or proposed is a concern of mine. I do note, though, that one of the action items is to actually do an inventory of the environmentally sensitive areas and identify them on a map that would be part of the official community plan in the days ahead with an amendment. And there's also note to develop a natural areas strategy as well. So I think that needs to happen in the short term before any additional development happens. So that's good to see. I wanted to touch primarily on the foreshore buffer. We've heard about that tonight, and it certainly is an area of interest for many in Sooke. There was a note shared by staff earlier looking at other municipalities within our area and how wide their buffers were, and they range from 15 meters to 50 meters. There's some that are 15 meters, like ours. Colwood is 30 meters, Squamish is 30 meters, plus an additional 15-meter upland area. They call it a backshore area. And Gibson's Landing is a 50-meter setback from the high water zone. So there is quite a range, and most of them are actually larger than 15 meters. And I understand, I think ours was 30 meters at the beginning or at one point in the discussion of the community plan. And it's been reduced to 15 meters. So I just wanted to note, because I think I'm running out of time here, there are science-based guidelines on buffers from foreshore areas and wetland areas and that sort of thing. I'll quote one. Environment Canada has a document called "How Much Habitat is Enough?" Guidelines, science-based directions for, and they recommend a two-part buffer system: a critical function zone where there's bird nesting and wildlife movement and that sort of thing. That's identified to begin with. In our case, it may be bears and cougars, I guess. And then the additional buffer zone is known as a protection zone, which is to deal with slope stability and stormwater runoff, filtering water, and noise visual disturbances from adjacent land uses. So in closing, my request would be to change the wording to read a minimum buffer of 15 meters. So that word minimum is my request to add to that. And of course, that'll be different depending on the property and the situation in terms of the slope and the different types of wildlife that are present in that area. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Our next three speakers, please.
First up, we have Susan Belford, Ron Dumont, and Robin Richardson.
You'll need to turn on the microphone, please.
Sorry, I should know that by now. Hello, Mayor Tate and councillors. I'm Susan Belford of Sooke, and I'm speaking tonight in support of the new draft OCP that's been in development for almost 5 years, was created from thousands of suggestions by a wide variety of Sooke residents, has been well edited and modified according to the input of stakeholders. Unfortunately, many objections are still being voiced by well-meaning folks who have been fooled by the persistent spread of misinformation about property rights and Indigenous land title. Several hours of granular section-by-section examination of the OCP document by Council last month yielded no major changes to the document. Arguments raised against sections of the document constituted complete digressions from it, more suited to the campaign trail than an official community plan, as one councillor pointed out during those meetings. This last round was the second time Council has gone through the draft in public, page by page. An OCP governs development, not what people do for themselves on their own land. It does make sense, though, for all of us, from renters to large waterfront landowners, to pay attention to the ways in which we modify our environment. And it makes sense for us to take care that what we do on our land doesn't damage the land or the drainage of our neighbors, the habitat of our wild relatives, our oceans, or our streams. This OCP needs to be passed. The existing one is a tattered mess that proves that over its lifetime and beyond, an OCP is frequently varied and amended. Provincial regulations require that this OCP be reviewed in a mere 5 years. Respectfully, please pass this so that Sooke can begin to enjoy its many benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ron Dumont.
Thank you. Ron Dumont, 709 4 West Coast Road. I'd like to apologize to the people of Sooke. I started this process in 1971. And this is the mess I got. Very difficult in good conscience, I started this system. Sooke had several large employers. We had a bowling alley. We had 2 delis. We had a sports good store. We had a shoe shop. We had a department store. And the district or the community of Sooke gave us the land to put the arena on, all at that time. And I started this community plan system. I was told at the time to take a cake that we're providing to a function and look at it and say how I want it, how many tiers, how big, how small. That's how I was to make a community plan. And that's how it started in the beginning. The second part of it was the recipe and the mixture. That's the bylaws and the zoning. And we seem to have mixed the whole thing up. DPCs should not be in this at all. That's part of the zoning bylaws and should not even be in there. Someone has mixed the whole thing up. And I'm really disappointed that people don't understand the history of Sooke. The development of the subdivisions in Sooke were made in such a way that has made things very difficult. And because of a lot of our staff are not historically minded from what happened in here, there was a lot that was right across from the hotel that had to have 5 variances to allow them to build anything on it. And it still sits there today with a trailer on it, sewer, and a whole business. But because we had set our bylaws in such a way that you had to get variances for the whole piece of property. And a lot of Sooke properties are along to the sea. And so it makes it really difficult when you're sitting at the edge of the ocean and somebody tells you now you have to move everything back or you can't cut down a shrub or cut down a tree because it's going to fall on your house because you have to get a DPA to do it. And it's not sensible. A lot of people have been out here talking about that there's pieces missing and pieces not missing. A lot of it is just shouldn't even be in there. There's a lot of things that have been put in there for money. We take somebody's plan from Vancouver or an area near Vancouver and say, well, we'll move that into Sooke. But it doesn't fit in Sooke. You know, we live between the sea and a hard place. We've not provided the way we had in the very first community plan. We had talked to the CRD and we were going to protect an area from the bridge through Sooke to the West Coast Road. We provided people that were on that route that they wouldn't be able to change their properties. And the CRD goes and puts an apartment building right in the middle of it and ruined it now. So it's not possible to do it even anymore. And that's what we're doing. We're closing ourselves up. People don't want to live in Sooke anymore, so they move farther west. So they go through Sooke. So now the traffic's a problem. Drainage is a problem in Sooke because everybody has a paved driveway, everybody has a roof, but there's nothing saying that you can't have any of those things. Made to have a DPA to put a drainage in your property. So I think that you got to look very serious at it. I don't believe that you should pass this just because somebody said you should have to pass it. I expect it'll cost everybody in Sooke 20% more in their taxes because we have to have more people to go look after all this stuff. And it'll probably put the price of housing up 40%. And I'm not being really extensive on that. I think that this is crazy what we're doing right now. We're making it too complicated to live in Sooke. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Robin Richardson.
My name's Robin Richardson. I live on Whiffenspit in Sooke. I'll keep it short and sweet. I'm in opposition of passing this draft of the OCP. Waterfront is my main problem with it. The waterfront pathway that is proposed is a violation of our property rights. You have a plan to add pathways the same area that you are claiming needs to be protected with setbacks. What are you proposing? Are you going to go through and take all that land from the homeowners, which happens to be the most valuable part of waterfront homeowners? So I'm in opposition of that. We've been told in the past that in no way was there going to be a path instituted in the OCP, and now it's there. So I'm in opposition.
Okay, thank you. To our deputy, please, the next three speakers.
We have Loki Jorgensen, Patrick Marsden, and Ellen Lures.
Mayor Tate, council members, staff, thanks very much for this opportunity to address you with regard to the OCP. I'm from 1960 Gillespie Road on the east boundary of Sooke Basin. We've been there about 10 years, my wife and I, so we're newcomers. At the same time, very much appreciate what Sooke is about, really appreciate the work that you're doing to protect and develop Sooke through the OCP. This is very important work. I've already submitted a letter by email, so I will stay to just one point. This has to do with the DPAs, in particular DPA 3, as it relates to foreshore. I'm both at the same time supportive of the intention, but concerned about the execution. And in particular, I want to make sure that the implementation follows science and best practices appropriate for foreshore, not confused with riparian or other setback best practices. And I'd like to bring attention to what appears to be excessive constraint and burden on homeowners who attempt to do anything within that area. I'm also aware that in order to implement something like the DPAs effectively, there needs to be considerable resource in place. I think it's generally well known, and I've certainly experienced it myself, that the permitting processes are not to the level that we might like, and that this is acting as an inhibition to further development of Sooke. And I think that needs to be streamlined, adding the burden both to the homeowner and in process, I think, is an issue which needs to be addressed. Part of the problem in the way things have been constructed, and we've been following this process since its inception, provided inputs, comment all along the way, so we're not new to this. We have the sense that there's a trust us, we know best framing, and that there's not enough guide or constraint in place for the homeowner, and you hear various people objecting or concerned at least that there is a strong possibility of their private property rights as it's being expressed being violated. What I would suggest is that either the OCP be delayed until in specific DPA 3 is properly reviewed and substantiated from a scientific and best practices standpoint, or for the DPA section to be removed from the OCP, preserved, and further advanced at a later date while the OCP itself is passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Patrick Marsden.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Patrick Marsden. I reside in Saanich, but I've been a builder and developer and property owner in Sooke for the last 15 years. I'd like to start by acknowledging the work that staff has done to this point on the OCP. There have been some changes and implementations to the current draft a result of some of the development community feedback and input. However, structurally, there are still major issues with this document. The expansion of DPAs from 3 to 9 is problematic. Some are overly broad and inconsistent, and in some cases exceed municipal authority or duplicate building code. As is evident from public outcry, there remain major concerns from the waterfront landowners. There's tree regulations that have been introduced indirectly, public access expectations placed inside environmental DPAs, and these are just to name a few. Many of these concerns could have been addressed in a meaningful stakeholder engagement session. One such session was held on September the 10th with the development community. This meeting was presentation style, not so much a workshop. Developers had minimal opportunity for input. It's true that written input and feedback was reviewed by staff in advance of the meeting, such as a red line document that the SBA drafted and provided to staff. And we truly appreciate that opportunity for input to Mr. Riley and his colleagues. We really appreciate their feedback and discussions. However, to get to a point of proper, meaningful discussion, we really needed some sort of a roundtable discussion to work through those DPAs, and that never happened. For you councillors that attended that meeting, you were able to witness sort of firsthand how that process unfolded. And for me, myself, this was my first time being through this type of consultation, and I thought it was going to be more of sort of a genuine thing, but we just did not have the opportunity to really get into the details. And I think it was really a wasted opportunity, unfortunately. Another big thing to keep in mind is any application that's not already granted in-stream protection as part of an approved subdivision must comply with the new OCP and its DPAs immediately upon adoption. Is council aware of how many files stand to be impacted if this OCP is adopted as drafted, and how many developments will be stalled or have problems as a result of that? So my request is please remove the DPAs from the OCP and continue to review them separately, allowing for time to get these important policies right. As written, these policies will create unreasonable cost and delays to property owners and builders. We all want a strong, workable OCP, and now is the time to correct course. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ellen Lurs, please.
Ellen Lewis. Just want to say, having served on 2 incorporation committee meetings and then the last of which the committee decided to incorporate, I also was on served on 3 OCP committees, and including the last one. We never had any problems with it, the other 2 committees, OCP committees. I've seen nothing but problems with this one. And I actually voted no to pass this committee OCP on, and I had my vote recorded as a no because it was just ominous and not reflecting Sooke and Sooke community. I know Sooke community, I know it well because of my involvement in all the committees I've been involved in, and I knew it was not going to fly. This is not an OCP that fits our community. It is a UN initiative which passed down to the feds and to the province. Can't read my writing. Transportation was not addressed at all in this with Highway 14. The province has never been included. The MOU has not been dealt with. And I don't know how, with the density that's proposed in this OCP, that you can even possibly deal with the highway. A lot of people, interesting enough, in Sooke don't even know what OCP means. When I've talked to different people, they go, what's that? When you say official community plan, what is that and what does that do? Well, the other day I was at a meeting with, or a get together at Charters Creek, and that was Old Sooke. That was Old Sooke. That was the people that built this community, that gave their hearts and souls without any pay. They just built this community. And like Ron Dumont said, that's it's a different thing that's going on here now. Ron was on our last OCP as well. Is on the committee. But I'm speaking tonight to make one point clear. Adopting the OCP as drafted exposes the district to significant legal liability and significant long-term financial burden. These risks fall directly under the responsibility as elected officials. This is not a policy preference or a matter of opinion. These are objective, legal, and financial deficiencies. The legal risk, regulatory overreach without evidence. The OCP imposes broad development permit areas, including a 15-meter foreshore zone and environmental designations without any supporting scientific studies. There are no shoreline assessments, no habitat mapping, no erosion studies, and no environmental inventories. Under Canadian case law, especially Annapolis versus Halifax, regulating private land without evidence or demonstrated need exposes a municipality to claims of constructive taking or de facto expropriation. Sooke is stepping directly into that risk. Discretionary staff power without clear limits. Courts have repeatedly ruled that municipal decisions must be predictable, evidence-based, proportionate, and procedurally fair. This OCP creates vague, overlapping DPAs that give staff broad and subjective discretion. This is exactly the type of framework that leads to administrative law challenges. Conflicts with provincial legislation, the OCP and zoning bylaw 600 still contain barriers to small-scale multi-unit housing that are prohibited under Bill 44. If challenged, the province prevails, not the municipality. By approving this OCP, Council adopts a framework that is not compliant with higher-level law, creating an inevitable conflict that Sooke will lose. Financial risk. No costing for major obligations, even though there was a presentation at the beginning. This OCP commits the district to continuous public shoreline access. What's that going to cost us for parking, for parks? New parks and trail networks, expanded environmental protection programs, new urban design standards, increased staff oversight through multiple DPAs, more staffing. Yet the plan provides no price tags, no funding strategy, no impact analysis, no capital plan, and no staffing plan. You cannot adopt a document with unfunded multi-million-dollar obligations without violating basic principles of financial stewardship, which is what this council has said for being financially responsible. Taxes have already increased by more than 30%. In the last 3 years alone, Sooke's taxes have risen over 30%. This OCP will require more planners, more QEP reviews, more enforcement, more consultants, more capital costs, and more capital projects. With no financial plan, the only outcome is further tax increases, higher debt, or service cuts. All of those fall on the council's shoulders. Infrastructure plans are based on unapproved densities. The Transportation Master Plan and the Parks Plan use density assumptions from this OCP, even though this OCP is not adopted. This is circular referencing. It creates the risk of adopting land use policies that cannot be serviced, which is financial liability and a planning failure. Potential litigation costs. If residents challenge foreshore restrictions, environmental designations without studies, DPA overreach, or Bill 44 non-compliance, the district will bear the legal costs. Cases of this nature often run hundreds of thousands of dollars, and Sooke has no reserve for this kind of exposure. In conclusion, Mayor and Council, the legal risks and financial risks of this OCP are significant, measurable, and unavoidable. If any doubt exists about legal defensibility, financial capacity, and compliance with provincial law, or the fairness of designations applied to private land, then the OCP cannot responsibly be approved tonight. As elected officials, you will own the consequences, legally, financially, and politically. If this plan proceeds without correction, the prudent and responsible action is to pause, correct the deficiencies, and bring the plan back with proper evidence, costing, and align with provincial legislation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's now 7:30, so I was going to ask council if you wanted a 10-minute recess at this time. No? Okay, we'll move on to the next three speakers then.
Point of order around 3 minutes.
Okay, can you use your
What's the
microphone?
point of order around 3 minutes per speaker?
Okay, I have been allowing speakers to go over the 3 minutes in part so they can finish what they're
Yeah,
saying.
understood.
Yeah. Okay, next 3 speakers, please.
Lorraine Pawlivsky Love, Laura Hooper, and Shane Fidesino. Fidesino, sorry.
I'm next, right?
Is it on? Thank you for the 3-minute reminder. I'm just, basically, I'm very nervous, so I'm just going to try and refer to my notes. I did make a submission and I'm following up on echoing what Brian Butlers has said and several of my people in front of me. I'm at 1911 Kaltassin Road. I've owned my property since 2018. I am waterfront. I am not wealthy. I am not well-to-do. I am a person who is employed, self-employed, and I work really hard to take care of my property. The draft OCP emphasizes meaningful engagement, yet the process neglected direct notice to highly affected property owners. Although most municipalities are following the rules set out by the provincial regulators, I feel the District of Sooke was hobbled by a world event that started in 2020. The draft OCP was initiated in 2020 by the District of Sooke at the beginning of the COVID pandemic that would eventually hobble communities all over the world. Even now, many citizens are still feeling the consequences of this horrific event. Almost every form of communication media was affected as Canadians were asked by health officials to avoid contact with each other until solutions could be found. In fact, many journalists with major publications such as Time magazine are still unsure that we are clear of the effects of the COVID pandemic. I can totally understand that there are many citizens in Sooke that would like to have a vision document for our town, but so many folks are also unclear that an official community plan is a legislative document that contains rules for bylaws that can easily be misinterpreted. I'm not sure even all municipal staff are going to be well informed on how to interpret items in the current ominous iteration of the draft OCP. Many environmental designations were made without technical evidence, as in the DP3. Shoreline access and DPA boundaries were introduced without transparent disclosure to all those affected. Placing ads in local newspapers were done, but were not sufficient to educate all Sooke residents on how an OCP could affect them for years to come. Despite the argument that citizens need to show up for an open house held on a Sunday between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. for one day, this document is far too significant to pass due to the perceived antipathy of engagement by residents to political involvement. I'm asking that Council return a no vote to the current draft OCP and ask the provincial government for additional resources to edit and correct bylaws that will severely impact the majority of residents in Sooke. My reason for bringing up COVID is because I was part of the views of the 2020, the beginning of the OCP research. I was also on a citizens committee called the Sooke Program of the Arts. We were vastly affected, negatively affected by being able to communicate with each other. I went door to door to my neighbors in Kaltassin and Casinos. 90% of those people didn't know what an OCP was, and many of them still don't know what it is. They don't understand the legislative impacts. And I'm suggesting, along with many other of my predecessors or people that were up here before me, you want to have an OCP, you want to have a vision, great. We want to plan, great, but don't be ramming things through without the consideration, because this is dividing our community very badly. My neighbors, my community, people that I know, yourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Laura Hooper, please.
Hello, my name is Laura Hooper from 2554 Sooke River Road. I'm here today to express my strong support for this council's adoption of the official community plan. This OCP has been a long time in the making, longer than what we're reporting here. It's actually started in 2016 with Danica Rice. And I recognize the extraordinary amount of effort that's gone through in getting to this point. Over the course of nearly a decade, significant expertise, staff time, consultant time, public engagement, and careful drafting has been invested representing hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not more, in work that is intended to produce the best possible plan for Sooke. That said, I don't think that this is a perfect document. And if we're looking for a perfect document, we're really searching for a unicorn. Communities evolve, conditions change, new information emerges, and all of our priorities may shift, especially in a fast-growing municipality like Sooke. The measure of a good OCP is not whether it anticipates every future issue flawlessly, but whether it provides a clear and workable framework that can guide decision-making now and be improved over time. Importantly, Council retains the ability to amend the OCP as needed. Any gaps, refinements, or emerging issues can be addressed through future updates, and target amendments can be made by informed implementation experience and ongoing community input. At this stage, I encourage the Council to adopt this OCP as presented and move forward with implementation. Sooke and its developers and its residents need clarity, consistency, and direction that an adopted OCP provides for residents, staff, council, and for those people who are trying to plan and invest and build responsibly in our community. After so many years of work, I really think it's time to finalize this plan and just get on with it. Thank you for your time and for your continued work in protecting Sooke and its natural environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Shane Fedosenko.
Sorry. Hello, Shane Fedosenko. I got a few signs up in Sooke, work in Sooke for 35 years, selling real estate. Family lives in Sooke, so on and so on. Regarding the OCP, I think one person brought up that we're 1/3 bigger than Vancouver's. I really do think that the OCP should just be concentrated on that. I think the DPA should just be completely a different venue. My biggest thing is staff turnover. I mean, we start a development or start a process and there's 8 people in the room. And unfortunately, 6 months later, 4 of them are gone and it's another 4 people and you got to start the process again. So I really think it's a good idea that the OCP just stands on its own. The second thing in there regarding the foreshore rights, well, people been saying the whole night, if, is it going to affect my value? I'm here to say it definitely going to affect value of every person that has waterfront if this is done. Some of the stuff, 15 meters, I would just leave it open or I wouldn't even have that. Or grandfather clause, something to that effect. But some of these properties, especially the ones on septics and the way that they're done, they won't be able to rebuild. Those places will be legal non-conforming. So they may have a hard time getting insurance. If a place burns down, then all of a sudden they may not be able to rebuild. And I think that's a good portion why a lot of people are here tonight is that's their livelihood. Some people have waterfronts, where their houses are located if they're not on sewers and they're on septic, the septic has to be so far back from the water. So there is not a spot to build on some of these properties if the house burns down because the setback where they would need to build is where the septic field has to be. So I really do think you revisit the foreshore and especially the trails, because that is really gonna, and I don't understand if they do perhaps put trails in, are they gonna be fenced? How is that gonna be monitored? Like, it makes no sense if somebody has to fence their property for animals or kids or pets, and then all of a sudden there's a path going through it. It makes no sense. And also worried about, if anybody can walk through that area, if homeless people living there, I mean, it opens up a can of worms. So that's my thoughts. Thank you for my time.
Okay, thank you. Our next three speakers, please.
Chris Moss, Susan Clark, and Jason Logan.
Okay, thank you. Chris Moss, please.
Very nice. The long one.
I'm Chris Moss. I live in Otter Point. I'm here on behalf of the 606 Water Group. Thank you to the Mayor and Council for this opportunity to speak. For the record, the 606 Water Group approves of the official community plan that has been put forward and urges Council to pass it. Now, would you like the 2-minute talk, the 5-minute talk, or the 20-minute rant? 2. Okay, got it. We sincerely hope that this will lead the way to greater understanding of the importance of water resources in this area, into the naming of unnamed streams and wetlands onto official area maps, into the use of rainfall retention in district plans using swales, wetlands, and ponds to hold and distribute water to the soils and aquifers under the ground. Currently, at the end of November in 2025, the Sooke Lake Reservoir sits at 66% of its existing full storage, which is below its lowest 5-year expected average. The reason is a lack of precipitation, and that precipitation is the only source of drinking water available to us. Future development depends on the availability of water. The average November rainfall, 1914 to 2024, was 261 millimeters. Actual rainfall to date, 164, so 63% of average. The water supply at Sooke Lake is filling to 100% slightly later each year and being drawn down slightly sooner each year. CRD has told us that conservation education alone has reduced personal consumption of water as much as it can. Yet more houses being built, more people moving in are now driving up that total consumption once again. And the Okanagan Summerland is still under a level 4 drought at the end of November. No outside water use is allowed. In Sooke, overdevelopment may strain the ability of piped water system to provide drinking water. However, stay with me on this, there is a way we can increase our water supply and lower our use of water without imposing restrictions, which will surely come our way as our population increases. In the average home, 4 people, up to 40% of the drinking water you pay for each year is flushed down the toilet. In order to reduce your water bill by 40% and reduce the draw from Sooke Lake by 40% on the pipe system, it makes sense to 606 Water anyways, that you require rainwater harvesting systems to become a standard requirement for new single-family housing. The use of rainwater for flushing toilets is already approved in the building codes, listed there under gray water. A 3,000-gallon rainwater tank, which fills up very quickly over the winter, would give you 8 flushes a day for 365 days. So you would literally be off the water grid for that, and you'd be saving yourself 40% of your water bill. The 606 Water Group has just completed the first ever rainwater tank harvesting rebate program in the JDF electoral area, joining other such programs on the Gulf Island and the regional district of Nanaimo. The retention of free water for domestic outdoor use or with permits for indoor use and for fire suppression is a clear win for any district or municipality. 606 Water Group will be happy to come to further conversations detailing the benefits of rainwater harvesting for the district of Sooke. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Susan Clark, please.
Looks like it's on. Is it on? Yeah, okay. Susan Clark, Sooke. This is the hearing, which I don't know if it's going to be the last public hearing, but unfortunately, we may be gathering here talking about this as a historical event. So I just want to say thank you to everybody who's brought it to this point, and all the hard work of everybody. I appreciate that the community has come all the way here tonight to talk about the various different ideas around the OCP, even if a lot of people don't know what an OCP is. I just think that we need a lot more of this sort of thing. And it's very sad that perhaps we won't be. And I also think it's very difficult to understand what will happen if this OCP is not passed by the end of December, because the province has made some suggestions that they would step in, and we don't really know what that means. At least I don't. Does that mean they will pass the same OCP, or does it mean they will write another OCP? We've never seen anything. So I just wonder where we're heading at this point. Personally, I've read through everything a few times, watched the OCP committee meetings, and I think it's a good effort. I think everybody in the room would probably write a different OCP, so it's not ever going to be perfect for anybody, but it's got to be something we can accept and accept within the context that we've been given. For my part, I think I would like to see this passed, so that we can at least go forward and address some of the issues that have been presented. And I think there's a history that we have been planning backwards, in that we have been developing Sooke without first coming up with our master plans, without first coming up with our infrastructure and our money to do things. So we're way behind. And the 2010 OCP actually alluded to master plans that were never written. And so now we're doing things, a little bit helter-skelter, but I think we need to set a course and get on with it. So I support the OCP, and I hope you do too. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Logan, please. Actually, can you turn it back on? Thank you.
That better? Mayor, Council, thank you for hearing all of us today. My name's Jason Loken. I live in Sooke with my family. And after reviewing much of the OCP, there's a few concerns that I have that I'd like to address today that I think are probably similar, at least with what I've heard, and in my mind need to be addressed before we can move forward. I think most of the people that are here, and most of the people that I know in Sooke, support responsible planning. I think what they don't support is uncertainty, erosion of property rights, or discretionary policy that could be applied unevenly, undermining the certainty, predictability, and the fairness that legitimate planning depends on. So I see three core issues that should be addressed before I could see this OCP being adopted. First, shoreline protections have been weakened and made vague. Reducing setbacks without strong scientific justification exposes waterfront owners to increased erosion risk, privacy loss, and unpredictable development around them. This is going to be unacceptable to almost anybody that has waterfront property. Council should retain or strengthen the existing setback framework, meaning certainty, firm grandfathering protections, and genuinely independent environmental review. And I say that specifically, independent environmental review means it has to be transparent science that's publicly released, peer examined, and not produced simply to validate a predetermined policy direction before any changes are even considered. Second, develop the DPAs that are talking about these development permit areas and zoning overlays lack clarity. I think for a lot of people, what scares them is the ambiguity in them. As written, most property owners cannot reliably know what they will or will not be allowed to do with their own land. And that's scary for people. That kind of uncertainty undermines investment, confidence, and stewardship. The OCP must clearly state how DPAs affect renovation, rebuilding, and resale and guarantee the protection of existing lawful uses. Third, densification pressures must not fall on sensitive waterfront areas. Most residents do not really prioritize growth. At least most of the people I know don't prioritize growth in Sooke. They prioritize the protection of private property rights, community character, and responsible stewardship of shoreline areas. We accept that some growth will occur, but not at the expense of what makes Sooke Sooke. Council must explicitly exclude foreshore areas and sensitive coastal zones from densification mandates. Finally, people need certainty, not open-ended language that future councils can reinterpret without public involvement. Any future changes affecting foreshore rules, property setbacks, density, or DPA enforcement must trigger mandatory public consultation and transparent justification. Sooke's shoreline is a defining feature of this community. This OCP should protect the people who steward it and the property rights that allow them to continue doing so, not weaken safeguards or destabilize ownership. These revisions are not obstacles to planning, they are the foundation of public trust. People don't move to Sooke for sprawl, they move here for coastlines, for community, and for the unique character that Sooke offers. If this OCP is not able to protect those things, then it's just not ready. Correct it, show the residents that you value what makes Sooke Sooke, and earn the confidence that you're asking us to give. Thank you.
Okay,
And
thank you.
I would like to leave this letter to the corporate officer.
Yep, that's fine. It'll form part of tonight's package.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, oh, just right here next to our fire chief. Thank you. Our next three speakers, please.
Taya Loken, Tony Rushworth, and Mick Rhodes.
Mayor, Council, thank you for hearing us today. My name is Taya and I am in Sooke. And I'm speaking on behalf of all Sooke property owners that are deeply concerned about the draft OCP and its impacts, particularly on waterfront residents, but realistically on all residents and property owners that this is affecting. I'll be direct. This draft imposes major restrictions and uncertainties on waterfront properties, yet waterfront owners were never individually notified. That is a procedural fairness issue and it erodes trust in the process. Second, the proposed 15-meter marine setback is being applied without scientific justification. No shoreline studies, no erosion mapping, no risk modeling either. Planning should be evidence-based, not speculative. Until supporting studies exist, this setback should not be imposed. Third, many waterfront parcels fall under multiple overlapping development permit areas. This means even small repairs could require environmental consultants, which we've heard about already, geotechnical reports, vegetation plans, and permit fees. This is excessive regulation that effectively freezes normal use of private land. Fourth, the OCP openly states that environmental mapping will be completed later, yet restrictions are already being written in now. That is backwards planning. Regulation must follow evidence, not precede it. Even more troubling, the Parks and Trails mapping shows shoreline access routes crossing private parcels without disclosure. This creates conflict and uncertainty, and combined with restrictive DPAs raises constructive taking risk under the Supreme Court's Annapolis versus Halifax decision, like Mrs. Lure alluded to earlier. This isn't just a planning concern, it is a potential financial liability for the district and its taxpayers. Finally, the densification pressures tied to Bill 44 may dramatically increase traffic and infrastructure stress, especially if increased density is pushed near sensitive shoreline areas where services cannot support it. So I respectfully ask Council to defer adoption of this OCP, notify affected waterfront owners, complete proper studies before regulating shoreline land, fix DPA overreach and mapping conflicts, or like many who have suggested earlier, leave it out altogether, and insert strong grandfathering and property rights protection so residents have certainty. Sooke's shoreline is one of its greatest assets. A good OCP protects it and protects the people who steward it. This draft is not ready. It needs revision before adoption to ensure fairness, legality, and community trust. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Is it okay if I also leave this with the
Yes,
corporate
please
officer?
pass it to our deputy corporate officer.
Thank you. Tony Rushworth, live at West Trail Court here in Sooke. And I just felt that if I don't take the opportunity to give input in this committee, that I'd have to live with the results without complaining. There's been a number of submissions this evening that urge council to approve this OCP without any further discussion, I guess you would say, but just in its entirety. I think that'd be a great disservice to all the people that took the time to come out this evening. There's been some excellent comments tonight. There's been a number of written submissions that you've received that weren't yet implemented in your OCP. So I think that your committee and council, you do need to take the time to consider all these various submissions that have been made in the last few weeks. My concern, Bill 44, foregone conclusion, you have to implement it. Where I have an issue is in density. And I can't remember the terms that you use in your OCP, but you basically got two categories, high density and low density. And I feel that communities all over the place are being forced into high density. The last thing I would like to see is Sooke become like the West Hills development in Langford, where you've got house upon house upon house on 3,500 square foot lots. The ability for people to have nice backyards for their kids and families and stuff like that, that's going away. And I think this is an opportunity for Sooke to, maybe stop that to a certain extent. In a written submission, I made a recommendation in regards to providing a medium density of zoning that would be based, essentially on topographical difficulties in developing the lot. So if a lot was, for example, on rock and hillside and stuff like that, the 3,500 high density would be more applicable to something like that because of the expense of developing the lots. Whereas where I live in West Ridge Trails, there's a large development proposed for in behind, and they've obviously been waiting for this high density. And it's flat land. They've owned it for quite a number of years. That zoning should be 6,500 square foot or 6,000 square foot minimum to provide, like I say, the same quality of lots, et cetera, that exist in the other three developments in West Ridge Trails. There again, like I say, it's, Sooke has the opportunity to, still, be semi-rural, I guess you would say. West Ridge Trails, we're out Otter Point Road a ways, so, there's no need to have high density out there. There's other areas of Sooke that are more suitable to density, and so I just urge the council and committee to consider that in your OCP. You've got a lot of things to do. You know, I understand that it's the end of the year that you have to provide an OCP, and judging by the amount of input that you've had, hopefully you can get an extension from the government. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Mick Rhodes, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mick Rhodes, live out in Otter Point. Just starting off with an old song. Slow down, Sooke. You're moving too fast. You've got to make the moment last. Sooke may not be able to slow down the pace of our accelerating population growth, but we can at least slow down the pace of our own lifestyle choices. The OCP advocates treating streets as a place for people in public life. I wholeheartedly agree. I did send in a submission today with analysis of what I'm going to talk about. The District of Sooke should reflect on considering to lower the speed limit throughout all of Sooke, perhaps to 30 kilometers an hour. Lowering the speed limit would eliminate the rush hour mentality that pervades all over Sooke. We can make it far easier for traffic to safely make left or right-hand turns and merge with the slower moving traffic, especially on Highway 14. I suppose we can talk to Dana Lajeunesse, our local MLA, the Ministry of Transport, which, you know, as far as the highway goes, we don't have any jurisdiction over. But a lower speed limit would also entice more locals and tourists to consider choosing alternative safe modes of travel. For the naysayers, commute time would be at most 5-10 minutes longer. You know, everybody is in a rush in Sooke and everything. And it's like, you know, oh, I saved 1 minute, I saved 2 minutes. But meanwhile, everyone is jumping out of the way and nobody wants to get out on the streets. You set the speed limit at 50 kilometers, everybody goes 60. You set it at 40, they go 50. You set it at 30, they're still going to go 40. So I'm suggesting we go 30. All right, so a lower speed limit, you know, but you can look to the overall upside. Now you're more relaxed heading off to work and less drained as you return back home safely. Now that's enhancing community well-being. And maybe half of us are saying, no, I'm in a hurry. And the other half of us are, no, I moved here because I don't want to be in a hurry. Perhaps this concept should be designated in the official community plan and the transportation master plan as a special high priority study area that invites community feedback with recommendations on how best to address ongoing road safety, which could inevitably lead to holding a public referendum. Other island municipalities have already instigated or endorsed this concept of traffic calming. Is Sooke willing to join? So I'm hoping that when you do look further at the OCP, that you will look at the transportation plan and everything, and maybe get a study on lowering the speed limit. And I'm sure there's plenty of factual evidence from the other municipalities that have already debated this. So we could save a lot of time as to what's best. Thank you. I appreciate all the work that the DOS staff has done, councilors. Bye.
Thank you. May I have the names of the next three speakers, please?
We have Jocelyn Walsh, Desiree Cumming, and Elsie Ritaler.
Hi there, my name is Jocelyn Walsh. My husband and I have lived in Sooke for 15 years. My husband is on the Sooke Builders Association as the treasurer, Unfortunately, he couldn't make it tonight. He's asked me to come in his stead. We have been in the process of developing 2 pieces of land in Sooke, and we have had nothing but heartache and just unclear goalposts. As we meet one, staff comes up with something else. And as we meet it again, they come up with something else. My husband actually at a meeting the other day had a former member of staff actually apologize to him for all of the crap that they have put us through in trying to put in low-income housing in Sooke. These DPAs are absolutely horrific for developers. They serve nothing to this community at this point in time because there's no clarification in them. Lots of them overlap what federal or provincial guidelines are already out there. All this does is create more staffing requirements. It's going to create more people needed to come out and make sure that things are correct. And when you have staff that don't have a clear definition of what they are required to do, you're going to have, like, there's not going to be any rhyme or reason. There's not going to be a clear, definite post at the end of the day. Make it to this, come up with this, and you're going to get approved. I mean, we had environmental studies after environmental studies. We paid for the environmentalist, and then we had staff hire an environmentalist to come out to our property. Never got the report from your guys' environmentalist. So where is the clarification? Where is the guidelines of what needs to be done? These are not clear. This is not going to make life easier for you guys. It's not going to make life easier for staff, and it's definitely not making life easier for developers that are trying to make things better in this community. And approve the OCP. Get rid of these DPAs. These have no reason to be in this OCP. This is a secondary thing that needs to be done. This is not something that needs to be in the overall community plan. They just need to be abolished. Like, clarify them later on. Do it later on. Approve the OCP minus these DPAs, because these are not going to make Sooke's life better. They're not going to make council life better, and they're not going to make staff's lives better. So it's just going to make things much more difficult for everybody all the way around. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Desiree Cummings.
Hello, my name's Desiree Cumming. I'm a born and raised Sooke resident and local business owner of West Coast Design. I have some serious concerns with the proposed DPAs. As someone who works in the industry and deals with bylaws and regulations daily, I can say these DPAs will create significant issues. They will impact developers who may no longer see Sooke as a feasible place to do business, as well as they're going to impact everyday homeowners trying to make any changes to their properties. Many of the DPAs have fundamental problems: missing mapping, unclear exemptions, and aspirational elements that can't realistically be regulated. Ultimately, they'll create substantial challenges for property owners, people trying to bring business to the community, and district staff. Council, please remove the proposed DPAs from the OCP.
Thank you. Elsie Reteller, please.
I am objecting to the adoption of the OCP. I am also objecting to the 15-meter setback on waterfront properties. It is already under provincial jurisdiction. I believe that council is turning too much decision-making over to staff. We elected the council to make these decisions with input from staff. All activities within the 15-meter setback will require a development permit with no exceptions. We already have a 15-meter floodplain setback in place. We do not need any more regulations. This will be costly not only to waterfront property owners, but all property owners. Our property taxes have already risen too high. I've also heard, I don't know if it's true, but one of our councillors state that they agree with this OCP as it is, and it will go ahead. All councillors and staff are supposed to set aside their own beliefs, keep an open mind, and listen to we, the people. Waterfront property owners deserve fairness and resolution to these issues before the OCP is finalized. We should not push this through because of the government mandate to have the municipalities have their OCPs finalized by the end of the year or for any other reason until this is resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have the next three speakers, please?
Apologies, I'm just having a hard time reading the last name, but Anil Smith, Chad Bryden, and Lori Retaller.
Okay, thank you.
My name's Neil Smith, 1278 Gillespie Road. I also own industrial land at 6205 Maryland Place. I oppose this draft bylaw or draft OPC as it's written. I implore councillors to not adopt it. The DPAs that are in there, I have a piece of waterfront in the edge of East Sooke, and if that was what was going to happen to my waterfront, I would oppose it. So I'm here to support all the waterfront owners here in the Sooke area. I don't think that it's just. Most of the construction and stuff falls under building inspection, and if they see you need a geotech, there's geotechs to look after that. So the 15-meter setback, I think, is punitive, and I oppose this official community plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Chad Bryden?
Hi, Mayor and Council, members of staff, Chad Bryden from Langford, but I am a local builder and developer, and I've owned property in Sooke since 2019. I'm opposed to the document as it's currently written. As other people have mentioned, I believe that DPA should be removed from it. I think that the addition of the DP requirements, it's going to be expensive. It's definitely going to slow the process down for builders, developers, homeowners. It's going to cost the municipality a bunch of money because you're going to have to hire additional staff to review all the DPs. And also, I work in a lot of other municipalities, and have not seen the requirement for DPs as extensively as the proposed ones. So I don't believe that that as they are currently proposed in the document that they should go forward. So definitely think they should be removed from the OCP document, reviewed separately, and you can make some decisions on them at that point in time. And I think it requires a bit more input with and probably some more key stakeholders to be working with staff and council on that. Yeah, so I'm just would ask that it's removed from the OCP. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lori Retaller, please.
Lori Retaller, Sooke. I oppose the adoption of these OCP, and I request council delay adoption until all major concerns are properly addressed. I have never personally been notified of major new restrictions, even though I will be significantly impacted by this OCP. The 15-meter setback blankets all properties and has no scientific evidence. All properties are unique and should be treated as such. There's a big difference between an individual residential homeowner and a developer, and there should be different regulations for each. Two, does anybody know how much this will cost, these expanded DPAs, I just know that I can't afford any more property tax increases because of this. And before adopting this OCP, I believe we should do mapping, environmental studies and costing, give us a financial plan. Do not allow an overreach of power. Do not invite legal challenges and potential liability. Be transparent. Do not rush this through because of a government mandate to have the OCP in alignment by the end of 2025. I know you've done a lot of work and it's been in the works for many, many years, but it's not right yet. And I do not feel like I'm being heard. So I'm clearly saying to you now, no, do not adopt this OCP until these main issues are resolved. This can easily be rectified and passed if it's done transparently and correctly, and if you listen to the people and take into some of these considerations. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers, please.
Tracy Clark. Dave Saunders. And Christina Sullivan.
Okay, thank you. Tracy Clark, please. Sorry, thank you.
Good evening. My name's Tracy Clark and I'm a homeowner here in Sooke. I have three comments that I'd like to say about the OCP and why I don't think it should be passed at this time. The first is with regard to community participation. The OCP was written during a time when most of Sooke was shut indoors and distracted and dealing with the pressures of COVID. Meanwhile, it's my understanding that there was a group of people who participated heavily and directed staff and consultants towards their ideological and environmental agenda. While most residents were unaware of the foundational decisions being made, the scope of DPAs being created and the environmental designations being added across private land, as well as the long-term regulatory implications and the costs. An OCP must reflect the Sooke's whole population, not one advocacy group nor consultant theory, basically. My second point is the underlying ideological objectives that I think the OCP should be apolitical. It's infused with ideologically based objectives that are factually questionable, if not false or misleading. The climate change, equity, colonialism aspects are all constructs that are not universally agreed to across the board by people and have the potential to cause controversy and potentially divide more than unite the community. And thirdly, the scope and corresponding tax burden of the OCP is extensive. It seeks to regulate almost every aspect of life in Sooke. There are potentially expensive new regulations and potentially unwarranted government overreach beyond the duties of a municipal government that will require more staff and obviously more taxes. I'm told that the OCP is a wish list and presents the vision for Sooke, but it's still a plan and it should be clearly presented based on realistic, researched, and provable value-added action items for the community. And each action item should include the costs associated. It's easy to spend other people's money, but people in Sooke and basically throughout this country are already struggling to live in what should be a prosperous country because of questionable governmental decisions and policies. I submit that as stewards of the taxpayers' money, it's the obligation of the Sooke district to serve the community as cost effectively and prudently as possible and even, dare I say it, identify opportunities to decrease taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Saunders? You'll just need to turn the mic back on.
Thank you, Your Worship, council, staff, citizens. I'm Dave Saunders. I'm representing my family, the Saunders family, who have owned property in Sooke since well over 1970. My father used to work at the mill. My brother and I used to troll fish here. My brother, more importantly, did more than I. We logged this area. I work as an arborist in this area. I also do development consulting, arborist consulting, whatnot. I find it ironic that Your Worship, that my parents wanted to be here in attendance and speak. And so when we talk about planning, we didn't plan for the abundance of density that would be included in the infrastructure here tonight. So I asked them not to attend out of safety reasons. Two of the people in the back audience had to leave. One of those was my friend that is immune compromised. They couldn't be in this setting because it was not safe. You didn't plan for this type of attendance. And I'm sorry that this took up a minute of my time, but it's necessitated in that we didn't plan. We're not planning again with this OCP. I've been in your position as council members, committee members, citizen members. I've even been a mayor, developed many OCPs, won awards for our OCP in Colwood. I can tell you that this OCP is wrong for Sooke. I will start that it started with urban systems. And I'll say that Sooke is an incredible community. The outskirts are incredible. The citizens are incredible. But this is Sooke. This isn't Urban Systems Vancouver. And that's where we first started with their ideologies related to Sooke. I look at our staff members that are here now. There's not even, I would say, 90% that are here in the beginning. The staff turnover in Sooke is unsustainable for a proper community, in my opinion. We need to get back to the essentials. What is essential? In the last 4 years, 38% tax increase on our citizens. I can tell you that Sooke is unaffordable. People used to move here because it was affordable. I can tell you that the document, the OCP document, is not affordable for our citizens, for our development, or for our community. I've lived and breathed these documents before. I work with them every day. When you talk about your land use that's embedded, I look at this land use, grow your town center, absolutely. Grow your industrial, absolutely. Grow your farmland, absolutely. But when I look at this density, I can tell you from my family in perspective, it is too dense for our infrastructure. It is too dense for Sooke. It's unsustainable, just like this hall was tonight in the beginning. When we talk about this DPA area and the foreshore, I can tell you I've heard 3 different versions from staff since this first started. It won't affect, it will affect, it won't affect. Here's an example of how it will affect one of my customers that did some work within a drainage area that wasn't a ditch. It was just a drainage area. They had some invasive alders, invasive Himalayan blackberries. The neighbor complained to staff about what was going on. Staff said QEP report. It cost them over $5,000. At the end of the day, those citizens had to get a QEP in, cost them a bunch of money. That report, black and white, I have it here for you, proved that there was no damage. It was Himalayan blackberries. What your document is going to create is controversy. And I live and breathe it every day because I deal with it. When you talk about floor area ratio, I'm happy to attend with anybody and walk through floor area ratio and how it can affect the density that is proposed within this OCP. Because I can tell you, if you think you're going to be an environmentalist because of this OCP, you're completely mistaken. Because on a lot of the infrastructure floor area ratio that I heard explained at the last land use committee meeting was not correct to one of the committee members. about the impact associated with the environment. I'm sorry I took my minute to complain about the structure of this committee, but I think I was afforded a minute. My parents should have been here. They didn't want to just write in. They wanted to be face to face and tell the council that they disagree with this OCP. They've helped build this community, just like Ron Dumont. I can remember running around at that first arena in the mud with one of the councillors. I can remember the triathlon that you supported. Thank you, to build Sooke. I hope at the end of the day we can reach a conclusion, but right now I don't see a conclusion. We haven't done our diligence with respect to the province of Sooke Road, asking exactly their plans for the next 20 years. We still haven't done that. There's been no formal motion at this council table to ask the province, what are they going to be doing with that Sooke Road that isn't our responsibility for the next 20 years that impacts our density? I value the work that we've all participated in. We've all worked hard. For people to sit here and dismiss the work of others, whether you're for or against, is completely wrong. I support Sooke. I'm willing to stand up and help any way I can, but we haven't done our diligence with respect to costing associated to the rollout of this OCP from a formal standpoint, from a fiduciary obligation that council and staff have and a mayor has. I'm here to help. The province simply ask for a variance. It's simple. You can ask for it. I think it's warranted. And thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Christina Sullivan, please.
Is this on? Well, how am I going to follow that up? I'm not going to read all of this, but I am a speed reader. Just kidding. My name is Christina Sullivan, and I live at 1639 Whiffen Spit Road, and I've lived there for 62 years, and I think it means something. Very passionate about where I live, and if you want to talk about development as a small child to a gray-haired 62-year-old, I've seen a lot. And I just am here tonight. My parents, same as Dave's, would love to be here, but truly and honestly, they're probably in bed. So I just want to express that I oppose the current official community plan that you're putting forward, and especially the setback of the high water mark line and the reconfigurations of the waterfront and the property line. I've lived on that property for 62 years. I'm not only thinking about myself, my community, my grandchildren and their kids. And I just don't think it's fair. And I almost feel like I'm being discriminated against and bullied because I live on a piece of waterfront property and that I'm just kind of thrown out there. And I just, take a minute and imagine yourself sitting at a window looking at the waterfront and it's your home and say, yeah, I'm gonna give up some of that land. And that's my point. I don't agree with it and I don't support it. And thank you for listening.
Thank you. May I have the next three speakers, please?
Dave McClimmon, Powell Zajak, sorry for that. Chris Stellathamby.
Okay, Dave McClyman, please.
Dave McClyman, Sooke. I also have lived here for 62 years, but my parents say that they've lived here for 170 years combined, so they say I'm a relatively newcomer. I don't support this document the way it is, like many other speakers here tonight. I'm not as good a speaker as they are, but this will directly affect my family's property and other property owners in Sooke. So I sat on the land use committee and I made comments there at the time, written numerous letters, sat on some other boards with my concerns. So I'll keep it short and sweet. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is, I don't want to mispronounce your name. I'll let you introduce yourself.
My name is Paweł Zając, and I live in Sooke. And I was hoping I not have to be in need of visiting these chambers. But OCP is a major issue, and I'm here to address just a couple of points. There is a drawing, a map in this document on page 90. It's a figure 7, I believe, and it's showing, I think I have it open here. It's showing like plant transportation. I don't even know what's the title of this document. Yeah, it says complete street network map. And the story is like, I'm here again because of the history of the Ella stream. And if you look at this map, it's not very detailed, but the southern yellow arrow directing from north to south shows that there is something called like ultimate build out of street network. I don't exactly know what it means in that sense. I know what is it, but it's basically saying in my mind that that's where the planned route's gonna go from north to south over terrains which are not developed yet, majority of it. And it ends just after Firwood Park, on the Firwood Place. And I don't know who put it there, how did that land in this plan, in all of this document, but I never heard that there be planned road in Sooke going across all of these areas and landing there, which is a small part of the town, and symbolically it tells me something about this OCP. Like devil lays in the details, yes? And here it says that there will be a road, which I studied this document because I live in this area. And before I moved there, I checked the old OCP and there was no mention of any kind of road going up there. There is a parkland along the Ella stream. I'm not gonna bring the whole story back because there's no time for it. I got just 1 minute left, yeah? And if that road is gonna happen ever in the future, I don't understand even, because it's no mention about it in anywhere else in the document, apart from these arrows on the map. That would mean there would be a road through a parkland or a private land, and I know the person who owns this land. So I would like to get the clarification on this, and for that reason, like that element, I personally object this document in the form as it is right now. Like many people mentioned things here, like it's a lot of subject, the concern of the private property, the waterfront, I agree with them. And I think like for this reason, this part should be refused. I just got like seconds left. And I don't want to go over the time, but coming to the acknowledgement. In the presentation today, the acknowledgement said, we acknowledge we are the territory of Sooke Nation and other. In the OCP plan, it says, we acknowledge unceded territory. And I did a search on the page that show up in Google about the page of the Sooke town. It said, again, unceded territory. So maybe like somebody like explain and come up to their mind, what really is it? Because this is all documents issued by someone in the Sooke town. And there is no clarification even there. So I think like going back to whatever people said before, that is serious concern, and you will learn about it in the future. Thank you so much. Please refuse this document.
Okay, thank you. Chris Stampley.
Hello, I'm Chris Salathambi and I reside in Sooke. I'm a professional engineer, and my understanding is that an OCP is a document that describes a vision for the future and outlines a roadmap at a high level for what the city would like to become in the long term. Somebody mentioned it should be approved in the short term. However, my opinion is that it is not a short-term document to be changed every quarter, so we have to get it right the first time. Also, it is not meant to be a document that replaces existing laws and bylaws. The OCP should focus and prioritize based on the needs of the community and give lower priority to the nice-to-have items. A Sooke bypass and a 4-lane bridge should be the highest priority, with an MOU put in place with the ministry as soon as possible. If we speak of net zero, there is nothing net zero about hundreds of cars idling for hours on Highway 14 during high traffic times. These are hours that residents could be at home spending quality time with their families. As a professional engineer that provides structural integrity monitoring of critical infrastructure such as the legislature buildings, the George Massey Tunnel, and all the major bridges in Vancouver, I see serious potential issues with the existing bridge. If the bridge fails at any time, Sooke will be isolated. This should be one of the highest priorities. I also oppose any development of the 15-meter foreshore area with walkways and paths, since it contradicts the reason for the buffer to protect the foreshore, which is already in place. How does building walkways on environmentally protected areas, middens, archaeologically protected areas show any respect for Mother Nature or First Nations? In addition, waterfront homeowners must be allowed to maintain areas to protect their homes from natural changes to the foreshore areas which are beyond their control. They must be able to do this at a reasonable cost. I have not seen any environmental studies that justify the reason for these additional restrictions to the foreshore areas. I commend those who have done a much more detailed analysis of the OCP and provided reasons for opposing it this evening. I oppose it as well. The OCP needs to be shortened by removing parts such as the DPA that are already covered by existing laws, bylaws, and environmental acts. And it needs to focus on the needs of the community instead of the nice-to-have items. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. May I have the next 3 speakers, please?
Emma Irwin, Logus Collard, Sinclair Phillip.
Okay, thank you, Emma Irwin.
It's on. Okay. I did send a letter, but I wanted to articulate a couple important points. So my name is Emma. I live and own a property at 2233 Furwood Place with my strata neighbor. We have 1.5 acres at the edge of Sooke, next to what used to be a lovely forest and is now rubble, but that's a whole other story. I'm here for the future of my children and this property and their citizenship in this town, which they don't always feel that is part of their future. They approved my messages tonight, so there are young people in the room, even if they're not physically visible. I'm here regarding 2 topics. First is the implementation of the Sooke Transportation Master Plan under there, and the ultimate build out of the street network map, which Powell mentioned earlier. It shows a giant yellow arrow representing a connector. That arrow crosses over my property, my private property, would be right in front of my door, in fact, or it's intended to be cover the creek of Furwood, which is protected. So it's one of the two, but neither are open for development at this point. It's really unclear, and I want to be clear that this is our private land. The ancient easement of nearly 20 years ago does not exist. I've spoken and written to council about this for nearly 2 decades now. Every time a new development plan comes up, including the one with rubble behind us, council staff and developers have all conceded this to be fact. So I'm just repeating this for the record. Perhaps the OCP was not aware of this in their design. It's kind of baffling to see it. And that's kind of why we live in this constant anxious and reactive state to development and property rights. I also know that I was reading the provincial standards for official community plans, and it said that persons who will be impacted will be contacted. And I haven't spoken to anyone in Furwood that's being contacted about this big yellow arrow that crosses into our street. So I'm asking to remove this proposed road connection, take that yellow arrow off the map that would cross it, or be clear that it goes through some other means that's just that we're just like, it's not clear. And add an amendment to this, or whatever you call it, to describe how the district developers will work with land and property owners to avoid the harms of the past that we have experienced, including falling boulders, among other things, and the loss of Ellis Stream for this community. Show the community that Sooke intends to develop with respect and dignity of owners, so we don't have to live feeling like there's just a road about to be put through or another boulder to fall. So that's my first point. The second one is something that I want to bring up, especially on behalf of the young people. I was glad to see equity. Some people call it ideology, but I think this intention to be inclusive of all people and all opportunities is really important. I was a little bit dismayed because the language is very kind of just not really action oriented, like things like, delightful and all those sorts of things. But as an image relevant to this, and I realize I'm slightly over my time, but please bear with me. A physician or nurse coming to the US is fleeing legislation targeting their colleagues and patients, looking for somewhere to raise their family and continue to practice. This is an active scenario in BC who is trying to lure talent from America coming into BC for our desperately needed healthcare. Perhaps someone's heard good things about Vancouver Island. It's a huge opportunity for us to bring talent. She drives through Sooke and sees a racist, transphobic, anti-immigrant sign totally unchallenged on the side of the road. She left the US for this exact reason. She keeps driving. She doesn't stop. She doesn't look at housing. She doesn't check out the clinic that desperately needs staff. And the economics of this plan fall short. If this OCP is to have teeth for justice and equity of our citizens and future citizens, it must name what it stands against as clearly as what it stands towards. You cannot promise safe and comfortable engagement, delightful spaces when groups are left out and we're tolerating displays of hate. It takes bravery, but marginalized people in this community are brave every day. I'm asking for explicit language in this plan about combating hate and exclusionary practices, not just aspirational language, but accountability. And this matters for the economy and for care infrastructure and for all these things. If you get trapped on the language of equity and justice, focus on the money. Thanks.
Thank you. Is it Lucas Collard? Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, Sooke residents. My name is Louis Collard. I live in Sooke. I was, for most part, born in Sooke. I'm here to express my opposition to the Fisher Community Plan and the DPA zone in there. Especially the proposed 15-meter foreshore development permit area will profoundly affect my property and every waterfront property in Sooke. Council, this decision is in your hands, and how you handle it will impact families, shoreline safety, property values, and trust in local government for generations. The 50-meter DPA is in the draft OCP, and its impact is enormous. The draft OCP clearly applies a 50-meter development permit area across all oceanfront properties. Most of a family's usable yard, the area where decks, gardens, and outdoor living spaces exist, the area of homeowners must maintain after storms. The DPA means delays, consultant fees, restrictions on routine work, and uncertainty about rebuilding. This is not a minor planning detail. This is life-impacting regulation. Marine shorelines are not governed like freshwater. This setback is a local choice. Riparian rules do not apply to salt water. There is no provincial requirement for a 50-meter oceanfront DPA or setback. This is a policy created, and because of that, the public expects evidence. Right now, no evidence has been provided. Sooke is going far beyond the regional norms most South Island municipalities regulate shorelines through. 5 to 10 meter DPAs, map sensitive areas, and site-specific environmental assessments. A blanket 15 meter is rare and almost never done without extensive scientific backing. Sooke has not done that work. There's no scientific shoreline studies behind this rule. The district has confirmed there is no shoreline biological inventory, no sensitivity mapping, no erosion analysis, and no qualified environmental professional shoreline assessment. Yet this draft OCP treats every shoreline, rock, clay, stable, unstable, steep or flat, exactly the same. This is not evidence-based planning. This policy threatens shoreline safety, erosion control, and storm preparedness. The 50-meter DPA will restrict or delay our ability to maintain shoreline vegetation, remove hazardous trees, and protect soil. A responsible path forward exists. Pause the 15-meter designation until scientific shoreline study is completed. Real sensitivity mapping exists. Homeowners are consulted directly, and evidence supports the policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Sinclair Philippe?
Sinclair Phillip, Murray Road. I would like to express my gratitude to all of our councillors. I don't know how many hours I have spent listening to public input, general discussion on our official community plan, and they have spent weeks and months on this, and it's unending. And I'm really disappointed in the public for not having shown up earlier with this aggressive opposition to all the work that has been accomplished until now. Pretty well all of the points that I would wanted to make have already been made. I would just like to thank council for their adopting very ambitious climate plans, greenhouse gas reductions. The council, at least a few weeks ago, adopted a climate objective of which is the provincial standard of an 80% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, rather than the federal more conservative and less ambitious goals. So I would like to congratulate you on that and encourage you to continue your good work. In terms of teeth or implementation, I would like to encourage you. I know it's already been turned down, but I hope that you will re-examine Step Code 4, since most municipalities on Southern Vancouver Island have adopted Step Code 4. I would encourage you to review that in the future. And just one last note, I would encourage you to complete your work and adopt the official community plan. Thank you for your good work.
Thank you. May I have the next three speakers, please?
Kelsey Young, Sean Hutchison, and Malcolm McNaughton.
Here. Hi, my name is Kelsey Young, and I'm against the adoption of this OCP. We moved to Sooke to raise our daughter and set down our family roots, investing our savings in a waterfront home that we hope to one day pass along to her. The adoption of this OCP would mean that the 15-meter setback would currently be in our living room, resulting in simple maintenance of our home being cost prohibitive. The home has been there for over 70 years, not causing anyone or anything any problems. How do you expect more families to invest in Sooke when you're threatening our largest investment without proper notification and consultation? There's also been no proper research by the district to identify and map environmentally sensitive areas. Instead, it is being proposed as an arbitrary number with no scientific evidence or checks and balances on the district allocating further environmentally sensitive areas. This effectively passes the scientific and monetary burden onto Sooke property owners. Furthermore, I don't mean to point out the obvious, but many people have specifically identified this section of the OCP tonight. Whether for or against it, as most of us are, it is extremely clear that it needs to be considered further and should not be passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Hutchison?
This thing on? Perfect. My name's Sean Hutchinson, Sooke resident. I wasn't born and raised here, but I have recently moved out to Sooke with my significant other and my little girl that's now 1 year old. We moved to Sooke to set our roots and establish a lifelong legacy for our daughter in an oceanfront home. We unfortunately are not rich. We're just hardworking individuals able to afford an oceanfront home. Some might categorize us as oceanfront homeowners, but unfortunately, we bought a home that was 70 years old and required extensive work and upkeep to be able to live in it. It took us over 6 months just to get the nicotine out of the walls to be able to live in it. At that point, we have just been brought to our attention that this OCP could affect us from being able to do more to our home. Also, it's adding huge financial burden to us. And as I mentioned earlier, we don't have that money for that to upkeep that. I'm against this OCP. I think it's got a lot of flaws to it that need to be readdressed. I just hope you guys go home tonight. When you walk into your bed and you debrief from all this, just remember my bedroom is what you guys are trying to take over from us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Malcolm McNaughton, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Not my first time in front of all of you, as you know. I was doing some reflection on my time in Sooke. I've been developing here in Sooke for nearly 10 years now. I've been part of developing over 500 units in the district of Sooke in that time. I think I'm very well versed in what the impacts of the DPAs are going to be on the development community. They are really, without going into a lot of detail, unworkable. When you have a blanket DPA for environmental sensitive areas across every parcel of the district of Sooke without a map, without a map and without exceptions, recently developed parcels that are single family lots that are completely cleared and barren will have to go back through a new DPA process to prove that they are not environmentally sensitive. That makes no sense. It is a waste of resource for both the developers and for the staff and for the residents of Sooke. I understand that we want to do things better than we have in the past, and we should. However, we need to take a really good look at what we're doing, how we're doing it, so that we achieve our objectives in the least costly, most efficient way that we can, not in a way that creates a burden on people that do not deserve to be burdened. I think the other thing that I'd like to say is that the OCP is two conversations. One is the vision for the community, and the other is how it's implemented. The DPs are how it's implemented. One of the reasons that Langford recently adopted their new OCP without updating their DPs was because they felt it was two different conversations. And so they are going to start their DP conversation here in the spring, and they're going to do those separately. There is nothing stopping this council from adopting their vision for the community and reworking the DPs so that they can actually be workable for both residents, staff, and the development community. I could go on, but I will leave it at that. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. So I'll ask council if you want to recess at this point for 10 minutes. I'm seeing some, sorry?
Currently, we have one more member on our list.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll listen to, we'll hear from the last speaker on the list. However, during the recess, if others who have not yet spoken wish to now be added, please connect with our staff to be added to the list. There may be something that might have compelled you to wish to speak. But we will also call for second time and third time speakers, but we want to hear from any first time speakers first. Okay, so that speaker, please.
Nick Deshev.
Mayor, Council. I'm a new resident to Sooke. I moved here with my family in the last year to a waterfront property, but I'm a previous resident of the Highlands for 18 years. So I'm extremely familiar with environmental concerns and stewardship of the land. I have read the OCP and as a professional engineer, as a professor at the University of Victoria, who's led a department and who's served on Senate and drafted policy, I fully understand all the hard work that's gone at the OCP. I can imagine, as I've heard, the years that it's taken and certainly the staff effort. So I say with the greatest respect, the OCP as it's written is very unclear. it is subject to a lot of interpretation. And being at a large institution and knowing the bureaucracy involved in interpreting a document, I can see and have heard tonight of the many concerns that will arise. Interpretation it's the devil in the details. And what I'm suggesting to you is that this very, very lengthy document needs to be simplified and made clear. There's nothing more valuable in a democracy than having a document that the community can read and everyone can interpret in a very clear and equal way. And so I suggest to you that the document should be simplified. And furthermore, as an aspirational community plan, and again, as a resident formerly of the Highlands, but now as a resident of Sooke, I don't think there's a place for the DPAs in an OCP. I think you should do what has been suggested, has been done in Langford. You should separate the two and give people time to discuss. And I actually commend you for having this meeting. Like many others, I have had no notice on this. I've been here a year and I've heard about this for the very, very first time a month ago. And so with respect, I know that people have come up tonight and said that they have been aware of it for years. But I think we also heard many people come up tonight and say they've heard about it for the first time. So I present to you a little bit of evidence that I think there's not proper disclosure. With that, I'm sorry, but I'm not for the OCP as it is currently written. I think that it is subject to great interpretation. I think that it can lead to significant cost for many residents. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. So on that note, council, and to those that are in the room with us today, we'll take a recess now for 10 minutes. So the current time is 8:57. We'll convene back around 9 or 8:58, 9:08. We'll say 9:10, just to round it up a bit. And as noted in that time, please connect with our deputy officer if you wish to be added to the list.
I was writing you. No. I'm like, no, I'm convinced like maybe everyone, but that progression, you see that, yeah?
It's true. It's but no. How can I miss that? Yeah, I know. Okay. Number 514 754 625. I'm for Cindy Burns. You sent me text. Cindy, you just
No. I found out. I was like, I didn't find it wrong. I moved there. I checked the CCTV when I called the house. Even the they don't mention the roof. And here, they are there.
Okay, everyone, if you can please get to your seats. One minute to go. I have 9:09. For those viewing online, we're just gathering people back into their seats.
Just to clarify, we haven't seen Megan online at all.
Okay, thank you. Okay, everyone. If I can please ask you to resume, take your seats, please. Okay, thank you. There's no one else is remaining in the overflow room. So we have everyone in the main chambers now. There are several seats open for those of you that are standing that would like to take a seat. Okay, just checking. All right, right in the front row. So, okay. All right, so I understand that some more speakers have registered, so I'll go to our deputy, please. If you could list out the next three names, please.
We actually have two, Bill Richards and Alan Knapp.
Bill Richards, 6825 West Coast Road. Mayor, council, staff, thank you for the opportunity to address this issue. I have foreshore property. I am fortunate in that we've had to deal with a 15-meter setback because of the steep bank situation. Fortunate that our property was large enough to be able to accommodate that. However, I do feel for people who are in a different situation. I am particularly upset by the thought of council, if we ever apply for a building permit, wanting to take 5 meters of foreshore for a foreshore path. The idea of that was for nature to be more accessible to people. If you have a foreshore, right now, our foreshore, we haven't touched it. There are bears, deer, otters, mink, whatever else goes through there. If you put a foreshore path in there with the idea of opening nature to the people, you won't have any nature. What you will have is unleashed dogs, unleashed children, and a barren wasteland. So for that reason, I am against the inclusion of the DPAs in the OCP. I understand that there are time constraints now to pass the OCP. I've heard numerous people this evening suggest that it gets passed with the DPAs pulled out to be dealt with later, and I think that would be a sensible solution to go with. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you. Alan Knapp.
Good day, or good evening. My name is Alan Knapp, Spit Road, Sooke, BC. I'd like to thank the people attending here, mayor and council, okay? In regards to the official community plan, I know great effort has gone in through you people, okay? Fully. It's a great undertaking, okay? But as it now stands, I cannot commit to it at all, okay? The infrastructure relies on grants from the government, correct? What are the backup plans for the grants if they don't go through? I hear from LB all the time, there's no money in the pot, okay? Will it be funded by the taxpayers? Okay, we pay enough now as taxpayers, okay, and taxes go up, I understand that. But the way the official community plan stands now, there'll be huge tax increases to all the people in Sooke, okay? I'd like to add at this time, there was a woman who commented that most of the people agree with the community plan, official community plan. That's why they're not here. I disagree with that. Okay? A lot of people, and I hear this from a lot of people, it'll just get railroaded through anyways by council and the mayor. Okay? People that are here have a vested commitment to this community, myself included. I run a business in this community. Okay? So I believe it's 5-foot easement, not an easement, but a walkway around the waterfront of Sooke, okay? I work in the marine industry. Anything to do with marine is expensive, okay? I don't think you're taking into account the middens that you don't know about. I have First Nation children. You don't know about those middens, okay? Salmon-bearing streams, owl's nest, waterfowl, etc. As one of the people here commented earlier, complete mayhem for waterfront owners. Dogs running loose, there goes your waterfowl habitat. Okay? Fences put up by myself because I have waterfront. Am I gonna have to put fences up to keep people from trespassing? Dogs running loose, etc. There'll be complete chaos. I don't, does the municipality pay for fences? There goes my water view. There goes my water view. People say you have $1 million view, Al. If you expropriate my property, and I'll bring this up in a sec, are you going to compensate me for that? Now, the official community plan does not say we expropriate your property, but in a way they do, because if I want to develop my property or cut off a piece for my children, I either have to put infrastructure in, be in a walkway, sidewalk, water, etc., or give up my waterfront to the municipality to use as a walkway. If I don't have the money to put in the walkways or the water pipe, etc., or sewered, right, I have to give up that waterfront. Taxes will increase hugely. There's no doubt about that, especially for waterfront owners. Okay, so the density increasement is going to put huge amounts of tax increases on all of Sooke, but especially the waterfront owners. So having said that, I disagree with the official community plan. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. So I understand from our deputy that was everyone that has their name on the list. So I'll put a call out. Are there any other first-time speakers? I'd like to go with first time that have not yet spoken. If please come forward and introduce yourself.
Scott Taylor, I am the owner and operator of 3 businesses in Sooke, and I also own commercial waterfront property here. I'm writing to express my concerns regarding the revised official community plan, particularly as it pertains to the policies affecting waterfront properties. Many residents, including myself, have feel that the changes that are being advanced without sufficient public consultation or the necessary studies to understand the full economic and social environmental implications. So at this time, I do not support the OCP moving forward. Since the last public hearing held years ago, it is my belief that the uncertainty created around the waterfront properties has already negatively affected our property values, and that this trend will likely continue should the proposed policies remain in place. This is a matter of significant concern for both residential, commercial waterfront owners. From an economic development perspective, and as a member of the Sooke's Economic Development Committee, I believe the unknown impacts on waterfront lands created substantial hesitation for potential developers and investors. Waterfront development represents one of Sooke's most valuable economic opportunities, yet the financial uncertainty introduced by these proposed OCP changes may discourage new projects and negatively affect the influence of long-term growth. Developers evaluating Sooke's potential may reconsider their interest in these unresolved and undefined restrictions remain. Given these concerns, I respectfully request that the council remove the waterfront related provisions for the OCP entirely in order for this plan to move forward in a constructive and responsible manner. I would also like to acknowledge the significant public turnout at the last previous hearing, which lasted many hours and demonstrated how deeply these issues affect our community. In light of these concerns raised by many residents, I ask council to clearly identify actions that have been taken since that meeting to address them. To many in this community, it appears little meaningful engagement or follow-up has occurred, leaving us once again feeling unheard, unclear about the process. My worry is if these provisions remain in the OCP, waterfront owners may feel they have no other choice but to protect their interests. And the outcome, I hope council will seriously consider and work to avoid that process. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Any other first-time speakers remaining tonight? Okay, I'm seeing none. No, okay. So I'd like to invite any second-time speakers who may wish to add. And at this point, I'd like you to just not give us the same speech, but other pieces perhaps that have not yet been heard.
Thank you. I also wanted to begin, which I omitted before, was to thank everyone for the enormous amount of work on
You
this.
just need to reintroduce yourself.
Sorry, thank you. Veronica Pemberton Billing, I live in Sooke. So to thank everyone for the enormous amount of work, but I think this is a bad plan. And I just wanted to correct something or just add to something that was said by the lady that followed me, because she's right. Indigenous concerns and land agreements are not a municipal responsibility. It is provincial and federal. However, it is all through this OCP to commit to addressing the urgent need to respect and promote the inherent right of Indigenous peoples, including their rights to the land, territories, and resources. And that is all through this plan. And so not only is there the inaccuracy, the falsehood about the unceded territories, but all the way through it. And there's an action point too, and these are not definitions that are defined in the 8-page glossary, but there's a MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, to accept UNDRIP, which is also not defined, which is the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The municipality should not be doing this. So if it is not a municipal thing, I would also say that while the lady was correct that this is being appealed by in British Columbia and by the federal government, the Richmond Council was involved in this and had to defend those land rights. And that's why they're no longer making land acknowledgements. So, and most constitutional lawyers will say that the Richmond Court decision affects all property in British Columbia and that the treaties of Sooke will protect it. So that's to complete on that. So I will add then on a different topic, let me just do this, sorry, that this is on the different topic about the OCP, is that it contravenes the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, most particularly equal protections under the law. The draft OCP, so it contravenes section 15.1. Every individual is equal before and under the law and has the right to equal protection and equal benefit of the law without discrimination. Throughout the OCP, special rights and privileges are given to, quote, equity-seeking groups, which has been defined in the glossary as including but not necessarily limited to persons of color, persons with disabilities, Indigenous peoples, 2S LGBTQIA+ individuals, and women. Well, in Canada, the most successful individuals are South Korean, Chinese, and South Asian, yet they could be included in the definition of equity seeking and receive special treatment. Girls and women outperform men on almost every measure. Girls graduate from high school at a higher rate than boys. Women make up the majority of undergraduate students at universities, as well as the majority of medical school students. And single women in their 20s earn more than single men of the same age with the same qualifications. Yet women are included as an equity-seeking group and would receive special treatment under this OCP, despite the fact that men have higher rates of homelessness, incarceration, and addiction. It seems that the only people not included as an equity-seeking group are white men and boys. This is discrimination based on race and sex, and not something we want for our sons or our daughters or our beloved Sooke. These sorts of policies create distrust, division, and resentment. One of the most wonderful things about Sooke is the sense of community and family. We should not pass laws that divide us on the basis of immutable characteristics, such as race, sex, heritage, etc. Our laws should uphold the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, treating every person with dignity and respect, and building a community based on merit, responsibility, and equality of opportunity. A community where, to paraphrase Martin Luther King Jr., all individuals are judged not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. This draft OCP does the opposite, and I urge council to reject it for that reason. And I would also say it's a land use document. So I haven't said anything about DPAs because everyone else has. But let's make this a land use document and get all the ideology out of it so that it's about the land, and then we can respect charter rights. So that's about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers here tonight?
I'm still Susan, and I still live in Sooke, and I'm a little bit horrified, actually, by some of the statements that have just been made. I think that it's important that we remember that the province has requested municipalities to reduce emissions and protect the environment, and has suggested DPAs as the tools to achieve this. So that's, I think, an important reason for keeping the DPAs in. Much has been made of the 15-meter setback. This has been in place in Sooke for years. And under DPA 3, the only activities requiring any kind of professional or permitting are those that would change the land or change the way the ocean reacts to the land. Things like putting in a dock or installing a new home may need such a thing. Not fixing your home, not clearing brush, not fixing the drainage, not basic maintenance. What we've seen tonight, to me, is kind of a horrifying example of what happens when disinformation is repeated and repeated and repeated. Lies repeated don't make them true. We've seen what that has done to the United States. Let's not do it here in Sooke. The OCP is not a regulation. It doesn't enforce. OCPs are never costed because they are not intended to be implemented all at once. They are not regulations. They are a plan, a way to move forward. Developments currently underway will not be impacted by this OCP. The path along the shore is an inherited idea from previous planning that took place some time ago, is my understanding. There's no current plan for such a path. And if the district did get to a place where they wanted to maybe have such a path, they would hold a consultation with the people who would be most impacted with that. But it's so clear that such a path is not something that the waterfront owners in Sooke have. And so it's very unlikely to happen. So to derail a plan that is an excellent plan for allowing us to develop in the way that we need to develop while protecting our environment and our ecosystems and our natural assets, and ensuring that our homes are healthy and low emission homes, getting rid of all of that just because you're afraid of what a setback might mean when you've been told repeatedly that it doesn't mean what you fear it means is just boneheaded. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Belford. Okay, other speakers tonight for a second time?
Thank you, Your Worship. Maybe a good timing for me to step up. I would like to clarify.
You'll need to reintroduce
I'm sorry, Norma Miro. I'm a citizen here, Sooke, the last 25 years. I wanted to bring up something because we have several new councillors and a fair bit of new staff. It has been talked about this evening about how much community input went into this plan, and I was there for most of it. One thing that I have to say that we didn't do directly, and it was a failing, I think, on our part, is in this plan, we heard specifically from in certain groups, environmental, we talked to the business groups, we talked to all the developers and workers, we had workshops. We failed to recognize the effect it would have on those waterfront property owners. And most of what I've heard this evening was directed to that one major issue in the plan. And as a property owner, I guess I will disagree with the last speaker, because being involved in that and understanding what I understood it to have, and to read the new DPA, it is not clear to me what it will cost me, what my rights are, and how it'll be affected. And yes, there was a 15-meter plan in there before that basically said those have to be responsible for that foreshore in front of them. But now when you add in the words that any work or any amendment or any adjustment, it doesn't say to the land, or is it to my house, and to what extent am I going to be burdened with a substantial cost? I can't blame it on the staff, because any staff today, in all reasonable, is not going to make, for an average citizen, a reasonable decision in a controversial issue unless it's backed up by verifiable reports. So if I'm the inspector or the planner, I'm not going to go out on a limb for my job and say, you know, what you're doing sounds reasonable. They're going to be forced to say, I would like to have a report that verifies, even within reason, all of those things that are required. So what I'd like to suggest, again, is that one issue, if we're going to see this OCP go forward, I think those DPAs should be separated. We should take that extra little bit of time to consult those property owners. Most of their concerns will be alleviated in those meetings. But if we don't alleviate those concerns, then I'm afraid that this issue is going to continue to the point that it will boil up in either the next election or community group that's going to take it on, whether through liability or whatever else. So my suggestion would be, is like I say, as a property owner that's affected, it's not clear to me, and I was involved in the process. And from what I heard from the last, the last planning department issues are not the same as what's in this issue. So I'm misreading it.
Thank you. Do I have any other second-time speakers to add something new?
Thank you for all the hard work that
Please introduce yourself.
My name is Lorraine Yvette Polivsky Love. I live at 1911 Keltassin Road in Sooke. I spoke earlier. I'm very nervous, and I'm going to say this again. I am a waterfront property owner. I own 1 acre. I have 8 neighbors, some of them who've already spoken this evening. I am directly impacted by this DPA. I would kindly ask that it be removed. I haven't got a problem with planning. I've been a planner my whole life. I get it. But what I don't get is the overreach. The 15 meters is my front door of my house. From the high water mark to my front door. I have been harassed by bylaw officers, by well-meaning neighbors thinking, oh, the roosters are too loud or there's a dog barking. Many of these things have been dissipated by bylaw officers that have returned and found out that these things really weren't happening. I don't want to see my neighbors be turned against each other. We've already had some of this stuff happening with neighbors calling each other and regarding fences coming down or too loud of equipment running. Please don't do this to us. It's going to get worse. It won't get better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other second time speakers? Okay.
Mick Rhodes, Otter Point. Just rejoining the previous submission I had. This is for the record. I just wanted to bring up some points to clarify for everyone here, council, staff, that as far as one thing is, where do the children play? We are trying to have more playgrounds, schoolyards, this, pathways, trails. And I'm going, lowering the speed limit is going to make the streets safer for our children. And maybe they will come outdoors more often because it is safer to come outdoors. I think probably parents are reluctant to set their children free because it's dangerous out there. Another point is seniors. I've experienced this, and I'm sure a lot of other seniors have in Sooke and everywhere else, that even if I'm doing the speed limit or I am 10 kilometers over the speed limit, I am amazed how quickly somebody comes up and starts riding my bumper because I'm not going fast enough. I'm already going 10 kilometers over the speed limit. And I think everybody here knows what I'm talking about. You say 60, they're going 70, especially on the highway and everything, they're going 80, 90, all right? That's another point in everything, you know. I'm tired of people riding my bumper, honking their horn or giving me the finger. I'm going, yes, let's slow it down. Visualize that and everything, you know, how much time is being saved or how much time is being wasted. Another point is I do notice that a lot of locals, motorists and whatever, they obligingly will yield, allow people to merge or to make these difficult turns. We've all sat on street corners waiting patiently, just wondering if the optimum time is it safe now, and just, you know, get out there and make that turn. That's what Sooke has turned into, this chaos of should I stay or should I go? Another point I would like to clarify is slowing down traffic could be a boon for tourism, because people coming to this town, visitors for that matter, maybe they'll have more time to have a look at the lay of the land and say, hey, there's this shop I want to go to. But if everybody has got the pedal to the metal, or people are riding the bumpers and everything, who's going to stop for anything? They're just going to drive right through Sooke and head off, you know, into the wilderness. So I'm going, it could be an upside for tourism also, for local businesses. Another point is, you know, as far as commute time and everything, you know, during the morning rush hour and the evening rush hour.
Okay, thank you. I do
Okay,
need to
you
tighten
know,
up
I'm
the
just saying
time.
there's plenty of statistical evidence worldwide and right here in our own island.
Thank
that
you.
We can look at and see the feasibility of doing it.
Thank you very much. Do I have other second time speakers? Okay, go ahead, sir, in the front row. I can see you're wanting to speak.
Oh. Yes. Okay.
Sorry, you'll need to turn the microphone back on.
Who's turning it on for me?
Yeah.
Paweł Zając, Sooke. Yes, like year ago, it was November, I remember, we were here and talking about what happened to Ella Stream. And, you know, there was a lot of heart beating and like, oh yeah, let's make it better and so on. And imagine, a year later, OCP, I'm looking at the map and I see that the town is planning a major road through that area. Can you think about that? And it's a document like everyone here have seen, and people were aware of it, like it happened. There was a clear cut over parkland, which not supposed to be clear cut. There's a stream which was shortened and buried under the rubble. There was like plenty of irregularities that happened there. Also, the town in lieu of the parkland that's supposed to be there, give a, I'm saying number, $500,000, yeah? And now I'm looking at the OCP, I repeat myself again, and I seen an arrow showing major road is planned to go through this land, through the, near to the park, through the park, some private land, just directly there. Please, just think about that, yeah? And for me, all of this document, when I've seen this little detail that is so broken, tells me a lot. What else can come up out of this, yeah? What was missing there? What is the potential for damage within this, yeah? And this is a serious thing for like 15,000 people living in this town. Second thing, also a reminiscence of the past. Year and a half ago, we had a meeting here where the Bill 44 was discussed. All of you were here. It was a very heated debate, maybe similar to today, yeah? And there was agreement, it was an atmosphere in the room, and like almost direct, you refused to accept it. That was the decision of the council. Year and a half later, in OCP, we find all of these provisions of B44, which people were like so against. The density, the increase of like, you know, directly density, rezoning, this and that. And the major issues were, of course, communication. We can grow as a community, but it needs to be at pace. It cannot be forced on us. Sooke is exception in that case, and it was, and it still is. In case of any major disaster, fire, earthquake, or anything, God, you know, forbid that it happened, yeah, we'll be stranded here, and there'll be big catastrophe, yeah? And not to mention like things like which are obvious, infrastructure, healthcare, education, so on. The town doesn't like follow the pace of it. There are already complaints, you can read all over, people saying too many kids in classes, traffic, this and that. It will be just more issues. And this plan is just forcing this on the community. And I see unnecessarily, because even if it will reduce to 1/3 of this, we still could legally go through it and it will be valid, yeah? Okay. It's ours to talk about it, but thank you for listening, and you know, I hope you consider, like think about it, year and a half, year, 2 issues, and they're still on, and in this document. I don't know what's going on, who knows? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, other speakers?
Helen Ritz. I've been listening to a lot of things tonight, and you know, I'd like to jump up and make corrections, but obviously that's not how public hearings work. But I did want to address the 15-meter setback, because that seems to be really what the majority of concerns were. And I attend council meetings regularly, and we've had deep discussions about it. Council has a deep discussion, people have spoken up, and staff has really worked hard to make the DPAs a lot clearer. And I'm just going to read some text that's on the OCP and on the Sooke website. Please explain about the 15-meter setback requirement, when it applies, when it does not apply. DPA 3 provides details on developing within the foreshore area, gives page numbers to the OCP with a guideline to maintain a 15-meter setback landward of the high water mark that is to remain free of development, building, and structures. DPA 3 aims to respond to public feedback to steward the natural environment, protect the waterfront, and it goes on. Related to the foreshore, a development permit is required prior to land alteration, subdivision, or building construction unless exempt. To help clarify more specific scenarios where DPA 3 does not apply, includes where construction value is less than $25,000, where the development is for the purpose of constructing a single-family home or a duplex where the lot size is 750 square meters or greater, an accessory building, building addition, or a family farm. And it also does not apply to the planting of native trees, shrubs, ground covers for the purpose of enhancing the habitat values or the soil stability.
Subdivision, it does not apply to subdivisions creating 4 or fewer additional lots. It goes on. So I just feel like a lot of what I've heard tonight is just a bit of misinformation, and it seems quite clear to me. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Other speakers?
Scott Taylor, 5449 Sooke Road. I have listened tonight as well, and misinformation seems to be a word that's thrown around a lot. I would agree with that. There's a lot of misinformation that's been thrown around a lot. I own commercial waterfront property. I've never been involved in any of these discussions with any council members, anyone on any other committees. No one's come to talk to me. So that's why there's misinformation out there. So I don't believe that we have had any consultation that's appropriate for you guys to make a decision on this. You'd have to answer a question for me. What if my building burns down? What if there's an earthquake and my building goes down? I sit within the 15 meters we're talking about. So what happens? I've spent a lot of time, money, and energy into this community, and I feel like they're not taking into consideration those thoughts. Last point I would like to make. There's been a lot of talk about First Nations with many different perspectives. Have we consulted with them? And if not, then I don't know how this would go forward.
Okay, other second time speakers?
Good evening again, Malcolm McNaughton. Just a few things I'd like to continue on with. In my experience as a planner for the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen back in the early 2010, 2011, 2012 era, I was responsible for the updating of our environmentally sensitive development permit areas and our watercourse development permit areas. We did that with extensive mapping, with extensive consultation, and with extensive legal advice. And so I would just say to you that maybe you should undertake some of that before going forward with some of these DPAs. The other thing that I'd like to bring forward is there is aspirational language within some of the DPAs, and I'll read to you one of them. Design mechanical systems to enable interconnection to future district energy systems in those areas that are identified by the district as having potential for such systems. So can anybody tell me where we're going to have a district energy system, what kind of energy system it's going to be, and what I'm going to need to design to? Because I'm going to have to go out and hire a mechanical engineer for whatever building I'm building and design something that is completely unknown. So I'm going to spend my time spinning my wheels and spending dollars that don't actually add any value to what we're doing in the community. If we had something on the books, great. We don't. These are the kind of things that we need to be looking at. The other thing that was brought up at the developers meeting that was in September was the potential of beta testing these DPs and taking some various properties and looking what the effects would be on them. And I'm asking, has any of that been done? Because I don't think it has. And I think it should be. Good planning should know the impacts ahead of time of what the environment is that you're creating for people going forward. And whether that's waterfront, whether that's industrial lands, what have you. There was a comment made earlier tonight about this would not affect in-stream developments. It actually very much will affect in-stream developments, and it is very clear that it will. And I ask you, how much development have you had in your town center over the last 10 years? We've managed to get one building out of the ground. I have two commercial buildings that I'm waiting for permits on. But no, I'm not going to be able to get them because I'm going to have to go back through a DP process that I don't understand, that I don't know about, that I'm going to spend more time on. That's completely ridiculous. Like, I just can't even say it any more clearly than that. It's probably going to conflict with the significant covenants that we already have on title for that property that have already been negotiated with the city through various rezoning and DP applications. but yet we get to go through double jeopardy, triple jeopardy, whatever again. I find it quite ironic that the two major land use cases in the United States, Nolan and Dolan, that talk about nexus and rough proportionality, both cover waterfront trails. I will leave that with you. Thank you very much.
Okay, do I have other second time speakers? Anyone up for a second time? Anyone else wishing to speak again for a third time? I'm going to ask that you again introduce something new and we're not repeating previous comments. Okay.
Veronica Pemberton Billing, Sooke, thank you for listening so attentively. It really is very impressive and supportive. I just wanted to make a mention about the consultation process before I get to my main point, which it feels like this document's been worked on for 5 years. But here's how it looks to me, is it was created during COVID when we were all under lockdown. And that people talked about 2,000 touch points, which could be like stickers on a board. It did not ever seem like it was real engagement. And then it was set aside. And then I found out about it again in June or July of this year, and consultation took place over the summer when I was away. So then there was one opportunity, and I really appreciated you, Jeff and Al, at the community hall. So just to say, I just don't think there has been the in-depth consultation. I wanted to add my weight to that. I'm going to talk about the climate change initiative because I do feel, it feels like this document was created by consultants in Vancouver with an ideological bent when times were different. It's very different now. Canada's really struggling and climate change has fallen in its level of priority. I will say the international consensus on climate change is fracturing. On July 29th, the U.S. Department of Energy released a report entitled A Critical Review of Impacts of Greenhouse Gas Emissions on U.S. Climate. Patrick Keeney just summarizes the key findings. Climate models run hot, systematically overstating warming. Long-term U.S. data show little evidence of worsening hurricanes, floods, droughts, or tornadoes. Rising CO2 levels have enhanced plant growth and boosted agricultural yields. In addition, more than 2,000 scientists have signed the World Climate Declaration declaring that there is no climate emergency. Among its many scientifically supported statements are, 1, natural as well as anthropogenic, which is human factors, cause warming. 2, warming is far slower than predicted and in fact is less than predicted by the International Panel on Climate Change models. 3, climate policy relies on inadequate models and are not remotely plausible as policy tools. They do not only exaggerate the effect of greenhouse gases, they also ignore the fact that enriching the atmosphere with CO2 is beneficial. CO2 is plant food, the basis of all life on Earth. These are scientific observations by the World Climate Declaration. CO2 is plant food, the basis of all life on Earth. Additional CO2 in the air has promoted growth in global plant biomass. It is also profitable for agriculture, increasing the yields of crops worldwide. 5, there is no statistical evidence that global warming is intensifying hurricanes, floods, droughts, and such like natural disasters, or making them more frequent. This is also supported by the IPCC. However, there is ample evidence that CO2 mitigation measures are as damaging as they are costly. Faced with increasing economic hardship, 89% of Canadians do not place climate change among their top 3%. And I think that's fallen since I wrote this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You
So
can please submit that to our deputy.
I'll do that.
and
Thank you very
also
much for
part of the
listening.
package. Okay, thank you. I see there was another speaker, perhaps sitting by Mr. McClyman, wishing to speak? No? Okay, sorry, I thought I saw a hand, so I. Okay.
Is it on? Yeah. Okay. Right on. Okay. My name is Alex Patterson. Born and raised in Sooke, business owner. And I just, well, for one, it's way past my bedtime, so I'm going to stutter a bit, but I just want to express my opposition to this OCP. I don't feel as though it really, yeah, has a lot of the best interests of a lot of the waterfront property owners in mind. I do spend a lot of time walking my dogs around Sooke. A lot of the time it's in the dark. And so while I do feel as though sidewalks and streetlights and all the other mapping and stuff is a good idea, I do spend time down on like the boardwalk and such, and that is something that was really nice at first, but it is definitely in rough shape. And I feel as though that adding, some more boardwalks when we can't even maintain the one that we have, it's a whole nother ballgame of hiring other, tradespeople or city workers to do things that, of course, drives the cost up. And yeah, another aspect of the boardwalks is uh, the poaching that goes on down there. It's I've spent a lot of time down there, and I've personally kicked a lot of buckets of crabs back in the water. So it's something to be considered. So thank you very much. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Do I have other final speakers? Final thoughts? Anything new to share, to highlight that we haven't heard yet tonight? This is the opportunity before we close the public hearing.
Helen Ritz, I'm not going to talk about the climate denial, but there is one more bit of misinformation that I did want to speak to, and that is the aspirational waterfront trail. This aspirational trail has been explained so many times over the past years, including at a very rowdy public meeting a few years back, but somehow it still remains one of the top pieces of misinformation still being circulated. Aspirational means exactly that, a long-term community vision, not a directive, not a requirement, and absolutely not a plan to expropriate or trespass on private property. If a waterfront landowner applies for rezoning, for example, to build condos, a townhouse, the District of Sooke may negotiate for a public trail segment as part of the development process, as it has already done with several large developments that have been completed, like the couple of co-housing. There's a little section of this trail already built in front of Heron View. It's about 20 meters, but it's there. But if the property never redevelops, nothing will change. This is just forward thinking. I think it's something that people would love. Will it happen in my lifetime? Probably not, but I absolutely support it. And it's important to know that we aren't, as a community, trespassing or expropriating. It's a long-term aspiration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Hi, Christophe Tambi. I reside in Sooke. The things I hear, words like probably, unlikely, raise concern. I don't know how many times I've dealt with probably and unlikely, and it actually happens. And I'm an engineer, and my goal is public safety, and I can't make decisions based on probably and unlikely. So the plan has to be specific. Nobody can say, I interpret this to probably be this, or it's unlikely this will happen. It has to be clearly stated, it will happen, it won't happen. So aspirational plan is great, but when part of the plan is to negotiate 5 meters of land, things turn from will not happen or will happen to probably and unlikely. So that's the concern with most of the citizens that I can see. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other final speakers? Is there anything new that you would like to introduce tonight on this public hearing? Because once it closes, council cannot receive any further information. So if you're driving home and, oh, I should have said that, like it's closed. So and we can't receive those emails. So if everything's been said. Okay, so I'm going to ask our deputy corporate officer, because we closed off written submissions around noon today. So if you could share with us just roughly how many pieces of correspondence have been received following the closure up until like active time now.
So we closed the written submissions to make the supplemental agenda at noon today. And so that is package number 3. So there will be a package number 4 that will be coming out based on everything that's been received via email and the other submissions that we have here. And so in total, we have 18 pieces. And that is all I have coming in to our email. And so that will form another package, which will be included in the OCP public hearing package. So that will be sent to council and it will also be posted online so that it'll form the full package that council will be deliberating on. So rest assured, it's been received.
Okay, thank you. So just for the interest of everyone here or who's viewing online, I'm hearing that there's no further speakers, so I will now declare this public hearing closed. And then the next part of this process will be, as our deputy just stated, all of the information that you handed in tonight or has been received will form another package. And then all of this will flow to the next council meeting, which is scheduled for Monday. And then at that time, council will then determine what it's going to do next. So then the document now remains with council. It'll be one of the first items on the agenda because we cannot entertain any more speakers to speak to it as it's closed now. And then the conversation will go back to council to then determine what action they wish to do. So what that means for council would be to, you could then direct staff to make changes to the document. That may trigger another public hearing. Council may choose to adopt third reading and advance the public to adopt the OCP in the state that it currently is, or direct staff to do some other action. So all of that decision-making then comes back to council to take that next step. So I hope that's clear. So that's Monday in this same place. We start at 6 o'clock on Monday nights. The regular agenda will be posted, today's Wednesday, so tomorrow, by end of day tomorrow. Yeah.
We're going to give a little bit of time for a report, which since the OCP is the main piece of that agenda. So we're going to follow the bylaw, which states by 12 noon on Friday.
Okay, so the agenda will go live 12 noon on Friday. Council will receive that, consider it. It gives us time to reread or process any new information or emails that have come in. Time for us to reflect on the notes that we've taken. All of your comments tonight, thank you for participating, are on our YouTube channel. So it's an opportunity for us to rewatch or re-listen or to get clarity on some points that are made. To review the document, the current document that is pointed to in the other document, as well as that other document, for those that may or I've read it several times, but there's some other points to potentially flag. So that's our weekend. We look forward to it. And also the parade is on Sunday. So a little bit of Christmas cheer is always a good thing. We are in the holiday season and it's also time to celebrate being festive and all the great things about Sooke. So thank you to everyone who attended tonight for participating, for sharing your thoughts and concerns with us. And we look forward to deliberating on this next week. So I'll motion to adjourn by council, please. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Bateman. All those in favor, it's carried unanimously. Thank you. Be safe. Thank you.